Chapter 427. In the past 2 years, Jiang Taichu could be said to be the most ferocious person in Wuxia's martial arts world. He had killed countless experts. Logically speaking, such a domineering attitude would easily make people unhappy and hate him. However, he wasn't a pushover. He had defeated the Chinese Society of Singapore, defeated the Winter Soldiers, massacred the entire Dark World, and brought glory to China. Some people believed Kong Taichu's story, while others were skeptical. Some people believed that Kong Taichu had destroyed a few Japanese battleships, but many didn't believe that Kong Taichu had been executed on the spot. However, the other party had given a lot of details, such as the official statement from the Japanese government, the dragon-snaring lasso, and the 5 poison heart-burning tea. Just as everyone was in despair and sorrow, someone with the ID, Xianxia Jia, posted a post. She said that Kong Taichu hadn't died. He had pretended to be dead because he didn't want the Japanese government to cause trouble for Wuxia. Once he set foot on Wuxia's soil, he came back to life and started a massacre. He had destroyed the Nomiya Shrine, the 6 Shikigami, the Japanese sword sage, and the president of the Sakura Society, Momoi Ryutaro. Momoi Ryutaro, the president of the Sakura Society? The leader of the School of Mirror Mind? Someone was shocked. I heard that he is an immortal state warrior. He has made it to the top 5 of the Dark Roll several times. He is the leader of the Sakura Society and can talk to the Japanese Emperor and the Prime Minister on an equal footing. He is as influential as Yi Zhantian, the leader of the Wuxia Long Formation. Some people widened their eyes and sighed with emotion, feeling that this was inconceivable. Wuxia and Japanese martial artists were often at odds with each other, and both sides often studied each other's overlords. The name Momoi Ryutaro was too familiar to them. It could be said that his name reverberated in their ears like thunder. He was known as the #1 sword Dao genius in Japan. His comprehension was amazing and he was extremely talented. When he was only in his 20s, he had defeated Wang Chongyan and was conferred the title of Sword Saint by the Emperor of Japan and the Prime Minister. He was also the youngest Sword Saint in the history of Japan. Ever since he became the president of the Cherry Blossom Society, he had been very powerful. Be it fighting masters, blood kindred elites, or S-grade ability users, no one had been able to take advantage of him. It could be said that he had never been defeated. He had been ranked in the top 10 of the power rankings many times, and he had even been ranked 3rd once. Under his leadership, the Cherry Blossom Society became a world-class organization of experts. He was also known as the symbol of Japanese Kendo and the guardian of Japan. However, such a peerless expert was actually killed by Kong Taichu. This was too shocking. What are spirit-branded retainers? Is it a kind of god? Someone asked in the post. Gods? Where are the gods in this world? Not necessarily. Some of the masters in Wuxia can command ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Isn't that a kind of god? Bah! That's just spiritual power. How can it be a god? Most people didn't know much about the Shikigami. They were very confused and talked about all kinds of things at once. In the end, it was still Xianxia Jia who explained, spirit-branded retainers were popular during the Heian era. There are many reasons for their existence, but the most widely accepted one is that they are the souls of monsters reared by onmyoges. They usually live in the statues of the gods in shrines and are worshipped by Japanese citizens. These 6 Shikigami have a history of hundreds or even thousands of years. They have an enormous amount of spiritual power and are extremely powerful. They are known to have immortal bodies. Legend has it that in Japan's Warring States period, the onmyoges under Tokugawa Ieyasu once commanded 3 Shikigami to swallow the souls of tens of thousands of elite soldiers of Toyotomi Hideyoshi during the Battle of Odawara. They played a great role in the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, the unification of the Japanese islands, and the stability of the Edo period. Shikigami can swallow tens of thousands of souls. So powerful. Someone was stunned and sighed in amazement. If that's the case, they are almost the same as real gods. But Kang Taechu actually killed 6 Shikigami. Isn't that equivalent to killing tens of thousands of people? Kang Taechu is really domineering. Many powerhouses of Wuxia gasped in unison. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. There was only reverence and respect. Yes, Kang Taechu's actions are really a show of our country's prestige. A veteran martial artist sighed and said, for a long time, the Japanese powerhouses, especially the members of the Sakura Society, have been unscrupulous in Wuxia. Of course, under the suppression of the Wuxia Long Formation and the Martial Arts Alliance, they can't make any big waves, but it's still disgusting enough. Kang Taechu gave them a head-on blow this time. Let's see if they still dare to step into Wuxia. Yes, yes, yes. Kang Taechu bathed Jinling in blood once, suppressing the entire dark world to regard Wuxia as a forbidden area. He controlled the Wuxia society and became the first generation of Southeast Asia. He killed Xiao Bin, and the Russian Winter Army also returned in defeat. This time, he dominated the Japanese, and the result was the same. Someone agreed. The significance this time is extraordinary. Someone above also said that the Long Formation and the Martial Arts Alliance are responsible for guarding the land and killed many invading Japanese powerhouses. I'm afraid that his chi and blood have already deteriorated and he won't be able to withstand a single blow. There were also people who had the opposite opinion. He reached the half-step immortal state 60 years ago. If he doesn't reach the immortal state phenomenal success after 60 years of hard work, he would have wasted his time. Immortal state. How can it be achieved so easily? Not to mention the immortal state phenomenal success. Given the arrogance of the East Asians, if he had reached the immortal state phenomenal success, he would have come to Wuxia to show off. For a time, there was an endless debate on the forum. Both sides had their own opinions. They quarreled so much that they almost had a fight. It was needless to say that Jiang Taichu was very powerful. He had never been defeated since his debut. However, the old origin of Sword God Palace was already more than 100 years old. He had entered the half-step divine realm 60 years ago. This was not something that Lin Zhenyu and Wang Chongyan could compare with. Even Xiao Bin was no match for him. Although Miyamoto Genichi and Xiao Bin were both backed by superpowers, the Russian cultivation world was not prosperous. The Winter Soldier organization only had a history of a few decades. However, the Sakura Society had a history of hundreds of years. It had a deep foundation and vast resources. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as vast as the sea. It could be said that whether it was Lin Zhenyu, Wang Chongyan, or even Xiao Bin, in terms of talent, battle record, resources, or strength, none of them could compare with Miyamoto Genuine. Now the key is whether Miyamoto Genichi is willing to do it or not. I heard that he has lived in seclusion in the suburbs of Tokyo for many years. Yes, Miyamoto Genichi is an old monster of the same generation as Yi Tianren. He has a noble status. Is he willing to do it? At the thought of this, many Wuxia experts turned their gazes to Japan and the suburbs of Tokyo. Their hearts were filled with unease. In the suburbs of Tokyo, there was a low hut with white walls and black tiles. Under the shade of several cherry trees, one could see Mount Fuji in the distance. It was very elegant. There were several red paper lanterns hanging under the eaves, swaying in the breeze. On them were 2 plump and round characters in calligraphy. Stove End. The izakaya was very small, but its business was very good. It was full of guests, including stevedores and nearby office workers. At this time, Miyamoto Shinsan had been kneeling on the ground outside the door for 10 hours, but Miyamoto Genichi was still concentrating on cooking and entertaining his guests. Haven't the Japanese materials of the Sword God been sold out? Sasaki Kaisha walked slowly and asked a little anxiously. No. Miyamoto Shinsan shook his head helplessly. Since 40 years ago, Miyamoto Genichi had accepted the challenge of Momoi Rutaru. He had lived in seclusion here. And he had lived in seclusion thoroughly, concentrating on making Japanese materials. He had to sell 300 sets of Japanese materials every day. Unless one was a top strong man in the martial arts world, it was absolutely impossible to know that the old man who liked to drink with his guests and talk about everything was actually the old sword god of Dongyang. Momoi Rutaru once sighed after a visit that the sword god had reached the real realm of no self, no name, no achievement. It could be said that he was a real saint, a god, and a person who finally pursued the supreme realm of no self, no name, no achievement. Chapter 428. After waiting until late at night, all the guests left drunkenly. At this time, an old and hoarse voice came out, "Come in. Grandfather, the new president of the Sakura Society, Sasaki Kaisha, is here to visit you." Miyamoto Shinzo slowly got up and walked in with Sasaki Kaisha through the rope curtain. Sasaki Kaisha saw an old man carefully wiping the table with a rag, and the charcoal fire in the square open stove was still burning. In the izakaya, the melodious elegant music with Japanese characteristics was still floating. The rhythm was slow, and the notes were clear, as if it was a clear Japanese sake. "Would you like a drink?" the old man asked with a kind smile. He was old beyond recognition, with wrinkled skin and a crane head. His hair was almost all gone, and his eyes were dim. His body was thin, and his black kimono looked very loose. His left hand was wiping the table, but his right hand was hammering his hunched waist. "I dare not trouble swordsman. Sasaki Kaisha bowed and lowered his eyes, secretly a little disappointed. It was said that swordsman was more than 100 years old, and his health was really poor now. With this kind of physique, it was difficult for him to open an izakaya. He should be in a nursing home. Could he kill Kong Taechu? "You are the little girl from Sasaki's family? The last time we met seemed to be 20 years ago, right?" Miyamoto Genichi wiped the table unhurriedly and said, "At that time, you were only 12 years old. In the blink of an eye, you are already so old. Time is really terrible." Thanks to swordsman, seeing that Miyamoto Genichi finally finished wiping the table and threw down the rag, Sasaki Kaisha quickly brought a chair over. Miyamoto Genichi took a few squid balls with bamboo skewers and sat down, panting. He poured a glass of soju for himself, ate the squid balls, sipped the soju, and sighed, "The happiest period of my life was not when I was running rampant in the martial arts world. At that time, I killed too many people, and my heart never calmed down. Before the challenge, I was very anxious and scared. But after winning, I felt very empty and lost. Life is like a boring pendulum, swinging back and forth between these emotions." He happily sipped a cup of sake and laughed heartily. "The happiest time of my life is now, in my later years. Every day, I would make Japanese food and watch the customers finish eating. They would praise the delicious food, and I could even chat with them. I heard that there's a financial crisis outside, right? It's from America, right?" he asked curiously, craning his neck. "Well, yes." Sasaki Kaisha smiled stiffly. Had he forgotten about kendo? Those office workers are complaining every day. Many people have become herbivores. And you call yourself ping-ching trash. The old man shook his head and smiled, giving people the feeling that he was indifferent to the world. "Yeah, the young people in Japan." Sasaki Kaisha didn't know how to continue. As the descendant of the Sasaki family, she controlled more than half of the underground world of Honshu Island. She was like a high and mighty empress, untainted by the common populace. He had always been indifferent to these matters. And the happiest moment of every day is this very moment. Miyamoto Genichi poured the sake into his mouth with an exquisite porcelain cup. He smacked his lips with a kind and satisfied expression and said with a smile, it's fine. Every day after sending the customers away, I feel a little tired but satisfied. I eat my own cuttlefish balls and take a sip of sake. I feel very calm and content. Sasaki Kaisha glanced at the packaging of the sake. Pine bamboo plum blossom writing. She knew that this was produced by Baojiu Company, Limited. A bottle was only a few hundred yen. It was the favorite brand of the common people and was used to accompany their daily meals. Kendo-sama, I have something important to tell you. Sasaki Kaisha bowed slightly and said respectfully. Sasaki Kaisha, don't be shy. There is no old Kendo-sama here, only the chef of the Miyamoto family. Miyamoto Genichi waved his hand and motioned her to sit down. He smiled kindly and said, what is it? Wuxia has a master of both Dharma and martial arts. He is known as the #1 Grandmaster of martial arts, and he may have already entered the immortal state. Sasaki Kaisha didn't sit down and said with difficulty. Oh. Entered the immortal state. Is it? Yi Zhantian, the leader of the Long Formation. It was obvious that Miyamoto Genichi was very familiar with the martial arts world in Wuxia. No, it is a young man named Kong Taechu. He looks less than 25 years old. He was ranked 3rd in the power ranking. Sasaki Kaisha frowned. Power ranking? The ranking published by the CIA? Their knowledge of martial arts is shallow and sometimes inaccurate. The old man waved his hand and then his face gradually became serious. He said slowly, however, to be able to enter the immortal state at the age of 25, he is indeed a genius. In the secular world, there has not been one in 100 years. Maybe there are a few in the Yin sect in Wuxia and the Dark Parliament in the West. No, this person is not from the Yin sect, but from the secular world. Sasaki Kaisha said in a low voice, but this person is very powerful. He has killed the #1 master of the Great Circle, Lin Zhenyu, Wang Chongyan of the Singapore Chinese Society, and Xiao Bin of the Russian Winter Soldiers. It is really extraordinary for a secular person to have such combat strength. Miyamoto Genichi was moved and his eyes shone. Sometimes you underestimate the country of Wuxia. The cultivation world of Wuxia is unfathomable and has many strong masters. It is not something you can imagine. Whether it is Yi Tianren or those living fossils in the Yin sect, they are not easy to deal with. He seemed to have returned to the distant past and said earnestly, when I resigned as the president of the Sakura Society, I reminded Momoi and the others not to provoke Wuxia unless it is necessary. He paused and suddenly asked, which secular martial arts family is he from? The Jiang family of Jinling. The Jiang family of Jinling? The family that is said to have the incomplete map of the ruins of immortality? Miyamoto Genichi was shocked. He frowned and muttered to himself, has he been to the ruins of immortality before, or is he from that world? The incomplete map of the ruins of immortality? What is that? Sasaki Kaisha asked curiously. You don't need to know. Miyamoto Genichi came back to his senses and smiled. He waved his hand and said, go on. A month ago, in South Korea, he killed Abe Akira, Miyamoto Takeo, Yagyu Masayuki, and many other masters of the Nozomiya Shrine who were stationed in the Sandalwood Palace. Sasaki Kaisha said bitterly, then he killed Hattori Hanzo and your nephew Nagaki Miyamoto on the Great East Asia. Then he set foot in Japan yesterday and killed High Priest Abe on the Fukuoka Pier. Today, he killed Sword Sage Momoi Ryutaro, Kamo Yunwen, and 6 Shikigamis. Nozomiya Shrine has been destroyed. Kamo Yunwen has been captured alive. What? Miyamoto Genichi's expression changed drastically. Boom! He stood up and a violent aura spread in all directions. The stone tiles under his feet were instantly shattered. Boom! The dining table, tables, and chairs around him were all turned into powder. Even the iron square stove was shattered in an instant. As soon as he stood up, it was as if a towering and steep mountain had risen. His aura was oppressive and made people feel as if they were looking at a towering mountain. With his feet as the center, cracks a few centimeters wide suddenly appeared on the ground. They spread out like a spider web and directly meandered to the asphalt road dozens of meters away. It was a shocking sight. Under Miyamoto Geniki's monstrous aura, Sasaki Kaisha's sternum creaked. She felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if her chest would collapse in the next moment. Sword God, please calm down, she knelt on the ground and looked at Miyamoto Geniki in horror. The old sword god's power was terrifying. As for Miyamoto Shinsan, he was directly suppressed by this aura and fell to the ground with a plop. He almost fainted. Nozomiya Shrine is one of the largest shrines in Japan. Kamo Yunwen is the high priest of the national shrine, which symbolizes the spirit of the Yamato people. Nozomiya Shrine has been destroyed and 6 shikigamis of the 2 shrines have fallen. This is a great humiliation to Japan. Miyamoto Geniki's face was filled with anger. His originally turbid eyes suddenly became incomparably clear and sharp light burst out like lightning. His originally stooped waist became as straight as a sword, and an enormous fighting spirit rose steadily from his body. He exuded a majestic aura and said with a surging battle intent, "It has always been us from Japan invading Wuxia. When did Wuxia's martial artists dare to invade Japan? They even killed my powerhouses and destroyed my shrines. This is intolerable. Sword God, our Japanese martial arts world has indeed reached a point of life and death. Please take action and suppress this monster." Sasaki Kaisha was excited. The old sword god's strength was too strong. Even 10 Momoi Rotaru would not be a match for him. Ha ha ha. Maybe if Zeus and Yi Tianren came personally, I would have to avoid them. But other than these few people, what do I have to fear? Hearing this, Miyamoto Geniki looked up to the sky and laughed. The sound waves rolled out like rolling thunder, causing a sharp pain in people's eardrums. Bombarded by the sound waves, a few cars parked on the side of the road were blasted into the air and moved a few meters away before crashing to the ground. The windows were shattered and the sirens wailed like ghosts and wolves, spreading far and wide in the dark night. Sasaki Haisha suddenly saw a tall figure suddenly appear out of thin air in front of Miyamoto Ken. He was wearing a white kendo suit. His black hair fell to his shoulders. His eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. He was 2 meters tall and as handsome as a god. At first, he was vague, but in the end, he completely solidified and looked like a real person. He looked somewhat similar to Miyamoto Geniki. This is, Sasaki Kaisha suddenly thought of a legend in the martial arts world. His body suddenly trembled and he was terrified. Immortal state cultivators mainly cultivate soul energy. The symbol of a true immortal state cultivator is the incarnation of God. Miyamoto Geniki smiled smugly and said, "No matter how magnificent Kong Teichu is, no matter how powerful you are nothing to Miyamoto Geniki." He raised his white eyebrows and shouted, "The sword of immortal transformation. It can slay the world." Before his voice died away, the incarnation of his divine soul suddenly turned into a dozens of feet long blade aura and slashed out. Chapter 429. Even though Sasaki Aisha and Miyamoto Shinzo were far away from each other, they still felt suffocated. The dazzling blade aura was like the Milky Way. A crack more than half a meter wide passed through the highway, the supermarket, the residential area, and spread directly to a hill 100 meters away. Boom! A crack appeared on the hill more than 200 meters high, allowing one person to pass through. The man and the sword became one. Splitting the earth. Splitting the mountain with one sword. Seeing this, Sasaki Aisha and Miyamoto Shinzo were stunned. They were full of reverence and shock as if they had seen a true god. Even when Momoi Rotaru was at his peak state, he could only split a river. Not even 10,000 swords in one was as powerful as this. But Genichi Miyamoto could split the earth and split the mountain with one sword. How much more powerful was he than Momoi Rotaro? Is this the real immortal state? He is like a god. Miyamoto Shinzo murmured to himself in shock. Looking at the old figure, Sasaki Kaisha bowed his head respectfully and said to himself in his heart, "You're right. I didn't expect Sword God Miyamoto to have reached such a level. No matter how powerful Kong Taechu is, I'm afraid he can only give up his sword and admit defeat." 3 days later, Genichi Miyamoto of Dongyang Sword God Palace fought with Kong Taechu on the top of Mount Fuji. When the news spread, East Asia was shocked. This battle was too eye-catching. It could be said that in recent times, there had been many wars between Wuxia and Japan. It could be said to be a blood feud. Similarly, as the elites of the two countries, there were also many conflicts and killings between them, resulting in many bloody incidents. The cultivators of the two countries looked down on each other. The Dongyang people thought that Wuxia was the sick man of East Asia and was an inferior race. They were vulnerable compared to Dongyang martial arts. On the other hand, Wuxia cultivators thought that Dongyang Kendo came from Wuxia's ancient swordsmanship mixed with Confucianism and Zen Buddhism. Karate came from Wuxia's Sanzhou of the Tang dynasty. Yin-yang jutsu was plagiarized from Wuxia's Dharma spells. Ninjutsu was just the kung fu of Wuxia. Everything in their cultivation world was not authentic. Because of this, this battle was immediately covered with ethnic colors. It became a battle between Wuxia and Japan to see who was more orthodox and who was more powerful. This is the most powerful battle between Wuxia and Dongyang martial arts in 100 years. An overlord exclaimed. In the 30s of the last century, Genichi Miyamoto and Yi Tianren had a showdown in Qinchuan. But at that time, both of them were very young and Genichi Miyamoto hadn't really entered the immortal state. At that time, Yi Tianren didn't dare to be called the most powerful overlord in Wuxia. At the moment, Kong Taechu was the top grandmaster on the divine roll in Wuxia and was recognized as an immortal state master. He was the most powerful overlord in Wuxia. And Genichi Miyamoto had reached the top of Dongyang in decades. He was the old sword god of Dongyang, the former sword saint and the master of many kendo sections. He was known as the most powerful overlord in Dongyang. Even Momoi Rotaro had been taught and taught by him. He was the last trump card of Dongyang. Therefore, this could be said to be a shocking battle between the most powerful overlords of the two countries in a century. When the news spread to Wuxia, the entire martial arts and cultivation world was shocked. Many people were paying close attention to the development of the situation and discussing it enthusiastically. Genichi Miyamoto of the Sword God Palace. This old guy is really going to fight. Will Kong Taechu win this time? This question was pinned at the top of the martial arts forum. The replies below were refreshed one after another. In just a few hours, there were tens of thousands of replies. The forum's master even launched an anonymous poll, and thousands of martial artists voted. Place your bets. Place your bets. Kong Taechu and Genichi Miyamoto are going to fight. Whoever loses and who wins, place your bets. There were also administrators who opened a betting pool on the forum and many people joined in. Those who could enter this forum were all martial artists of a certain level in Wuxia, and there was no lack of giants among them. As the saying went, the poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. As long as they were martial artists, they didn't lack money at all. Hundreds of millions of funds were instantly transferred into the pool of the betting pool. Only a few young people gathered on the martial arts forum. The real senior members of Wuxia's martial arts world were worried, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Kong Taechu is taking too much of a risk this time. If it weren't for Warsky bringing Senior Yi Tianren's soul avatar, he would have died in Nomiya Shrine this time. In the long formation secret base, Chao Shixiang sat in the middle and said worriedly with a frown. Tang Hongtu and several senior military officials with general stars on their shoulders sat down. The four spiritual generals of the Long Formation and many other martial arts masters gathered together. It could be said that Kong Teichu's battle was too touching. Even the chief had called many times to ask about it and report any situation at any time. The Long Formation Special Department had to pay attention to it. It's not Kong Teichu's fault. Black Tortoise shrugged and said in a muffled voice, didn't he just blow up a few Japanese warships? Some people are too spineless. They sent Kong Teichu out just like that. If Kong Teichu didn't bite the bullet and fight, would he wait to be killed by the Japanese? This matter is very complicated. It's mainly because Tang Linglong of Battle Dragon stirred up trouble and was pinched by the Condor unit. Her identity is very special and sensitive. That's why Jiang Taichu had no choice but to suffer for someone else. Tang Hongtu's face flashed with a complicated look as he said helplessly. Chao Shixiang interrupted the discussion and asked with a frown, okay, cut the crap. What's the cultivation level of this Genichi Miyamoto? How's the relevant intelligence analysis? An officer in charge of the intelligence system stood up and took out a stack of information reports. We once intercepted and cracked a secret CIA email. The email said that a Class X arcanist from America's Blue Storm had challenged Genichi Miyamoto 10 years ago. Class X arcanist? That's the highest level of arcanists, equivalent to immortal state. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. Level X arcanists were also called unknown arcanists. Their strength was unpredictable, and they often had the power to destroy the world. In Blue Storm, there were only a few of them. Then, what was the result of the battle? Black Tortoise poked his head and asked excitedly. This Class X arcanist was defeated by the opponent in 3 moves and fled back to America. He died not long after. The officer gulped and said with difficulty, before he died, this Class X arcanist gave an evaluation that Genichi Miyamoto had completely surpassed Class X arcanists in terms of spirit, physical body, sword aura, and so on. He had strength far beyond the early stage of immortal state. American Class S and above must not get close to Genichi Miyamoto if they are not equipped with the latest weapons such as armor-piercing kinetic skeletons and electromagnetic cannons. Arcanists below Class S are not allowed to challenge Genichi Miyamoto under any conditions. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Their hearts were filled with uneasiness. Genichi Miyamoto is definitely at immortal state. The question is whether he is at initial stage, phenomenal stage, perfect stage, or peak stage. After a long while, Black Tortoise broke the silence and said with a frown. What about Kong Teichu? How strong is he? Red Sparrow asked. Should be at initial stage of immortal state. He might even be half a step away from immortal state. Someone sighed helplessly. Ling Long, you are too stubborn. If Kong Teichu falls in Japan in this battle, then the Tang family will be sinners in history. Tang Hongtu shook his head and sighed as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Chao Shixiang's heart was heavy at this moment. When Kong Teichu swept through Nomiya Shrine, he was relieved that Beidasheng's wishful thinking was wrong. But now, with the old sword god taking action, he felt that Beidasheng had succeeded in tricking Kong Teichu. Sir, should we ask Hongmeng for help? Red Sparrow hesitated for a long time before asking tentatively. If Hongmeng is willing to help, then the one in Nomiya Shrine would not be Yi Tianren's divine soul avatar, but Yi Tianren himself. Don't you understand their attitude? Chao Shixiang sighed helplessly. There were some things that could not be revealed to the members of the Long Formation. It was said that these old monsters of Hongmeng were suppressing some ancient demons in a mysterious place. They had exhausted their energy and lifespan, so they could not spare any time to attend to the affairs of the mortal world. Huaxia's biggest trump card was Yi Zhantian, but he was already fighting side by side with Kong Teichu. Then what should we do? Black Tortoise said nervously. Genichi Miyamoto seems to be hiding his strength. Kong Tae-chu has no idea what is going on. Moreover, he is going in alone this time, and there is also the threat of the Japanese self-defense forces. If there is no other way, let him withdraw. Will Kong Tae-chu withdraw? Don't you know Kong Tae-chu's personality? He is a dragon in the river. If he does not turn the other side upside down, he will lose everything. He will not come back until he can't fight anymore. Chao Shixiang scolded angrily. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, Kong Tae-chu is in an unprecedented danger in this battle. Suddenly, Chao Jianjia's expression changed. She stood up abruptly and rushed out of the office. Chao Shixiang stood up and shouted behind her. Damn girl, where are you going? We are in a meeting. I am going to inform Kong Tae-chu. I can't let him be attacked alone. Chao Jianjia said without looking back. Sigh, this damn girl. She was still holding a grudge against Kong Tae-chu at the Martial Arts Alliance conference. I didn't expect her to be conquered by Kong Tae-chu so quickly. Seeing this, Chao Shixiang could only smile bitterly. At the same time, Huaxia's martial arts world's Zhang family, the Huaqingtian family of the Central Plains, the Shenong School, the Zhao Yuankuan family of Gan Province, the Yi Wudao family of Zhejiang Province, the Wu Yingxiong family of Southwest Province, the Shadowblight sect, the Ghost Witch cult, and many other sects and families were in a heated discussion. This battle could be said to be the most powerful battle between Huaxia and Japan in the past 100 years. It was also the most eye-catching battle. The attention far exceeded that of Kong Tae-chu's battle with Lin Zhenyu and Xiao Bin. Because of the old grudges between Huaxia and Japan, the battle between the two peak experts had risen to the height of national honor. All of a sudden, many martial arts overlords embarked on their journeys to Japan. They wanted to witness the greatest battle of the century between China and Japan. Chapter 430. Qi. Jinling, Mount Fulong. A sharp cold light flashed. Blood splattered, and a corpse flew out. Huaqing Tian cast a fireball talisman that Jiang Tian had given him to burn the corpse into ashes. He walked into the mansion with a bloody sword and bowed. Mistress, I'm afraid this is the last wave today. Yes, the news that my husband is in Japan has spread to the dark world. I'm afraid no one will dare to attack us in the future. Zhao Xueqing withdrew her divine sense and stroked the head of Equaling Heaven, who was scratching his ears and cheeks. She glanced at the Heavenly Alliance members present and nodded with a smile. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Thank you. It's our honor to work for Master Kong. Huaqing Tian, Zhao Yuankuan, Wei Feilong, Hong Yi, and the other Heavenly Alliance members bowed and said with enthusiasm. Since the news of Kong Tae-chu's death had spread, there had been 12 waves of more than 70 Dark World powerhouses attacking the Jinling Jiang family. Some of them wanted to destroy the Jiang family's properties. However, under Zhao Xueqing's leadership, many Heavenly Alliance members killed them one after another as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. It could be said that they were delighted and elated. The last time the Dark Flower offered a reward, it happened to coincide with intercepting Xiao Bin. Many Heavenly Alliance members were distracted. They did not participate in the bloodbath in Jinling and even suffered losses at Xiao Bin's hands. They had become the biggest laughing stock. Jiang Tian had taught them spells and martial arts. They were indebted to him. They were really unhappy and apologetic to Jiang Tian. Now, they had fought bravely against their enemies and defeated the experts from the Blood Totem, the Butterfly Skeleton, the Tombstone, the Heavenly Eye, and other organizations. They had truly displayed the Heavenly Alliance's strength and made a name for themselves. Only now did they feel relieved. Mistress, shall we go to Japan to cheer for Master Kong? Hong Yi smiled. I heard that many of our fellow disciples in the martial arts and cultivation world are going. Yes, let's go. Charter a flight and depart. Zhao Xueqing knew that the news that Kong Taichu was still alive was enough to frighten those rascals, so she was very relieved. Besides, one day apart from Jiang Tian felt like 3 years had passed. She couldn't bear the torment of missing him. Great! We can finally witness Master Kong slay Gong Yuanyi. Many Heavenly Alliance experts rubbed their palms in excitement. When she went out, Zhao Xueqing saw Wang Lin sitting cross-legged in the medicinal field under the bright light, cultivating arduously. In front of him, a few stalks of wind chime grass swayed in the wind, their medicinal fragrance assailing his nostrils. As she activated her cultivation method, streaks of green Wuxia gathered from all directions and flowed into the roots of the windchime grass through her consciousness. With the influx of the Wuxia, the windchime grass seemed to have become even more verdant and full of vitality. She walked over with a smile and said, Ling, aren't you bored meditating all day? Do you want to take a trip to Japan? Sister Qing'er, I'm not going. I'm not bored either. I have to guard Professor Zhang's medicinal herbs. Look, a few more have matured. They're growing so well. Thank you for your hard work. Qing'er felt a tinge of pity in her heart. She touched her hair lovingly and said with a smile, then you continue to have fun. Be careful. The trip to Japan might be a bloodbath. It would be safer to leave her here with Ghost Kick, Shen Mange, and the others to protect her. Okay, Sister Qing'er, I will. Huan Linger smiled sweetly and immersed herself in cultivation again. Looking at her pretty back, a thought flashed through Zhao Xueqing's mind. What a cute girl. Hubby should restore her memory. Just as Zhao Xueqing, Hua Xia, and many other experts of the cultivation world were rushing to Japan. Jiang Tian had already returned to Yishi Yulian's villa and was about to refine the spirit power in the soul-guiding flute. The soul-guiding bamboo is really extraordinary. It actually absorbed and refined all the spirit power of the 6 Shikigami. Jiang Tian opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The soul-guiding bamboo was an excellent material for controlling spirit. It was very rare in the cultivation world. Not only could the soul-guiding flute absorb spirit power, but it had also become a magic treasure after Jiang Tian's refinement. And it was at least a middle-grade magic treasure that could refine and purify this spirit power. In this way, it was much more convenient for Jiang Tian to refine and absorb this relatively pure spirit power. Therefore, it only took more than 10 hours for Jiang Tian to turn all this spirit power into his own divine sense. At this time, the divine sense in the small lake on his forehead was at least 10 times vaster than before and more condensed. Let's give it a try. With a thought, Jiang Tian's divine sense in the small golden lake on his forehead rippled. Boom! With a sound, a golden divine general more than 3 meters tall jumped out. This divine general's body was shining with a bright golden light. He had slanted eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and 3 strands of black beard hanging down to his chest. He was wearing a golden armor and holding a green dragon crescent blade. He was 3 meters tall. If the villa was not high enough, a hole would have been made in the villa. This general greets the master. The divine general's body emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal friction. He knelt on one knee and saluted Jiang Tian with cupped fists. If you also had a red face, then you would be a living Guan Yu. How about I call you little Guan from now on? Jiang Tian laughed and was very gratified. Before absorbing the spirit power of the 6 Shikigami, even if Jiang Tian condensed all his divine sense, he could only condense an inch-long sword. But now, this divine general was completely condensed from his spirit power. Whether it was the volume or the purity, it was not comparable to the divine sense sword. In this way, it only consumed 1/5 of his divine sense. When he released the divine general, he could still control the flying sword. Moreover, this divine general could change according to his will and had spirituality. It was similar to his external incarnation. It could attack and defend on its own. There was no need to consume his divine sense to command and drive it. It was much better than the flying sword. The most wonderful thing was that if Jiang Tian did not want to use this divine general, he could turn it into an ordinary divine sense to enhance his perception and control of the instrument. It was not a waste at all. Now his divine sense could spread across a radius of 50 kilometers. If it was condensed into a straight line, it could even reach further. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that his flying sword could take a person's head from 100 kilometers away. In the living room, Dugu Xiao was happily playing Fight the Landlord with the mayor of Shizuoka Prefecture and Kamo Yunwen. As for the vice president of the Mitsui clan, he did not have the opportunity to play cards. He could only serve tea and cigarettes on the side. Yes, he was tired of watching TV recently. The Chinese channel of Ishii Yuren's family was a little small. There were only a few programs. After learning the Fight the Landlord from Jiang Tian, which was good for the physical and mental health, he immediately played it day and night. Bakayaro, do you know how to play cards? Am I the landlord, or is he the landlord? Don't let him run away. Dugu Xiao shouted at Kamo Yunwen and kicked him fiercely. This great priest who could talk to the emperor was bullied to the point of tears. Brother Xiao, I have played for 12 hours. I am very sleepy. Kamo Yunwen wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. If you play cards wrong again, I will chop you up. Dugu Xiao now knew a few words of Japanese, especially cursing and threatening. Where is Kong Teichu? Come out. At this time, Sasaki Kaisha walked in quickly under the escort of several extraordinary middle-aged men. She was dressed in a white kendo suit and held the famous sword, Cold Moon, in her hand. She had a beautiful face and a cold expression. Her temperament was otherworldly, but she was also full of vigor. She was like a kendo girl who had walked out of a manga. Who do you think you are? If you want to see my virgin brother, then go and see him. Get lost. Dugu Xiao threw the poker cards on the table and said arrogantly. You are my grandfather, I am your grandson. I beg Grandpa Huaxia to spare my life. Sasaki Kaisha shouted in Mandarin. She was led into a ditch by Ishii Yuren. She always thought that this was a threat. This attitude is good. Sister Ishii, please receive them. Dugu Xiao chuckled. Beside her, Ishii Yuren smiled and said, Miss Sasaki, Mr. Jiang is cultivating in seclusion. What is it that you are here for? I can convey your message. Sasaki Kaisha took out a solemn and simple invitation and said coldly, Old Kendo Miyamoto Geniki wants to fight with Master Kong. Hearing this, Ishii Yuren's body suddenly stiffened. Her face suddenly changed and became white as paper. My God! Even Kendo swordsman wants to fight. Kamo Yunwen, Mitsui Sho, and the mayor of Fukuoka Prefecture were ecstatic. If they were not afraid of Jiang Tian, they would have jumped up and cheered. Miyamoto Geniki. The one who killed 3 transcendent grandmasters in Yenin in 1939. Dugu Xiao's face suddenly turned cold. He said, did he kill Dugu Cho? Yes, so what? Sasaki Kaisha said disdainfully. Very well. This old dog is still alive. This is great. This time, I am going to cut off his head. Dugu Xiao's eyes flashed as he said with hatred. Dugu Cho was his grandfather who died at the hands of Miyamoto Geniki. After the founding of the country, a few members of the Dugu family died at the hands of the Miyamoto family. Therefore, Dugu Xiao and Miyamoto Geniki were mortal enemies. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you insult the old Kendo swordsman? Sasaki Kaisha said angrily. Whoosh! She pulled out the blade of Cold Moon and pointed it at Dugu Xiao. She looked like she was going to start a fight with Du Guxiao. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness, or I will kill you. Sasaki Kaisha's cold face was filled with murderous intent. She was afraid of Kong Teichu. After all, he was the one who had defeated the Sword Saint of Japan and the 6 Shikigamis. However, she was not afraid of Du Guxiao. Her strength was on par with Momoi Rutaru, and she could even suppress Greenwood King. Bitch, how dare you use your weapon in my territory? Do you want to die? Suddenly, the voice of a divine sense exploded in Sasaki Haisha's mind like a sudden clap of thunder. Thump! Thump! Sasaki Kaisha staggered a dozen steps backward. Her face turned pale as blood spurted out from her 7 orifices. She almost fell to the ground and couldn't even hold the blade of Cold Moon firmly. It could be said that Jiang Tian had only used 1/10 of his divine sense, and it had caused her spiritual energy to suffer great damage. In Japan, ninjutsu, inyan jutsu, and kendo were all developed, but kendo was still the most powerful. Kendo was the cultivation of the body, soul energy, and sword chi. As one of the top 5 kendo grandmasters in Japan, Sasaki Kaisha's soul energy was very strong and powerful, but she couldn't even withstand 1/10 of Jiang Tian's divine will. Chapter 431. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Jiang Tian had used all his soul energy, Sasaki Kaisha's head would have exploded before she even had the chance to use her blade. This was the consequence of Jiang Tian's powerful soul energy after absorbing the 6 Shikigami. Seeing that Sasaki Kaisha was injured, the 20 or so Japanese overlords and business leaders who came to deliver the letter of challenge were all shocked. They didn't even see Jiang Tian's figure, but Sasaki Kaisha was already injured so badly. This person was really terrifying. Ito Isai, the Japanese deputy prime minister, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Mr. Kong Teichu, please forgive me. Sasaki Kaisha used to be taught by Miyamoto Geniki and she respects him very much. Seeing that your friend was disrespectful to him, she used her blade. Sasaki is just here to deliver a letter. Please forgive her and let her go. That's right. That's right. Even when 2 countries are at war, they don't kill the messenger. Miyamoto Geniki. This old dog's teeth have all fallen out and he still wants to challenge me. Sure. Come and talk to me yourself. Who does he think he is? How dare he talk to me like that? Jiang Tian snorted, pushed the door open and walked out lazily with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, many Japanese were angry. Even if they knew how powerful Jiang Tian was, they couldn't help but be annoyed. In Japan, Miyamoto Geniki was a supreme existence. Even the heavenly emperor had to be courteous to him. His status was extremely revered. However, Jiang Tian's words were disrespectful and he called him a dog. This was equivalent to looking down on the Japanese cultivation world and the big shots present. It was extremely arrogant. Mr. Jiang Taichu, are you afraid of the god of Kendo of the East Ocean by making so many excuses? An old man in a black suit and black-rimmed glasses stepped forward and sneered. He looked like an old professor. Jiang Tian sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and stretched out his hand. Ishii Yurin immediately handed over a teacup. Jiang Tian sipped his tea leisurely and scanned the old man with glasses with his divine sense. He frowned and said, "You don't have any skills at all. Are you even qualified to talk to me? This man is the president of the Mitsui Corporation and the head of the Mitsui family, Mitsui Takori. He's Mitsui Sho's uncle and has some influence in Japan." Ishii Yulian's face changed slightly as he whispered into Jiang Tian's ear. "Oh. Are you Mitsui Takari? It's none of your business whether Mitsui's profits are small or not. You're just a rich man. You don't have the right to talk to me." Jiang Tian laughed in disdain when he saw this, and he evaluated with a harsh tone. The Mitsui Consortium was famous in Huaxia. Previously, a third-rate scholar in Wuxia had written a book called The Mitsui Empire in Action, which strongly advocated this kind of financial institution and business model. Although there were some exaggerations, the Mitsui Consortium did have some strength. In Japan, the Mitsui Consortium was one of the top financial institutions. Its total assets were 12 trillion yen and it employed nearly 240,000 people. Its core members were 24 monopoly companies, 8 of which were banks, 6 insurance companies, 15 mining companies, 1 trading company, 1 department store, 1 real estate company, and 2 transportation companies. The manufacturing sector included world-class players such as Sony, Toyota, and Toshiba. In the eyes of ordinary people and Japanese, Mitsui Takori was the god of business in Japan. The Mitsui Consortium could stomp its feet and the entire Japan would tremble. However, in Jiang Tian's eyes, Mitsui Takori was nothing. He had seized and sold the Guo family's assets in Singapore and controlled trillions of dollars. Together with the Lee family in South Korea, he had already surpassed the Mitsui Consortium. Not to mention, he was the Grand Preceptor of Singapore and the one behind the scenes. A mere head of a corporation dared to act so rashly. What right did he have? You. Mitsui Takori pointed at Jiang Tian angrily. He had never thought that the most powerful martial artist in Wuxia would be such a scoundrel. How dare you point at me? Jiang Tian laughed and slashed at Mitsui Takori with a sword of divine sense. One of Mitsui Takori's fingers fell to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. Mitsui Takori grimaced in pain and jumped up while holding his broken finger. The rest of the people waited. Some went to treat the wound while others went to pick up the broken finger. There is a fan Ryoji in the big circle. You will be called Mitsui Joji from now on. Jiang Tian laughed and pointed at Mitsui Takori. A husky jumped down from the sofa and ate Mitsui Takori's finger. This, Mitsui Takori was in a predicament. He was furious. There was no possibility of a limb replantation anymore. This was too much of a scam. Jiang Tian could not be bothered with the angry gazes of the crowd. He leisurely sipped his tea and smiled. What Miyamoto Geniki? What the fuck? I accept his challenge. Leave the letter of challenge to me. Okay. In 3 days, we will wait for Master Kang's arrival on Mount Fuji at the top of East Ocean. Ito Zai bowed deeply in a humble manner, but there was a murderous intent deep in his eyes. Brother Jiang, this is a dangerous battle. Yi Zhantian walked out from the study next door with a serious face. I have received news that Miyamoto Geniki has reached the immortal state, and he has reached the full success state. Even the Blue Storm of the United States has listed him as the highest level of existence. We have defeated East Ocean and killed the Sword Saint. You have also absorbed 6 spirit servers. It is time for you to quit. Ever since Jiang Tian set foot in East Ocean, he had been undefeated in hundreds of battles. This was an unprecedented victory in the martial arts world of Wuxia. It was enough to shock the martial arts world of East Ocean. If he left now, his victory would be assured. However, if he fought another battle, Jiang Tian was likely to die. It was too risky. Old Yi, what do you mean? Are you still thinking of retreating? We are at the enemy's doorstep. Du Gushao clenched his fists and straightened his neck. Old Yi, you have been a leader for a long time. How can you be afraid of the East Ocean? Shao, things are not as simple as you think. Yi Zhantian furrowed his brows and said earnestly. It is because Miyamoto Geniki is too powerful. Jiang Tian has a slim chance of winning. What is the sword god? It is the result of decades of painstaking effort in the way of the sword. It is the culmination of decades of hard work and innovation. Brother Yi, have you forgotten the words of the great ancestor? He said that we will pursue the enemy with all our might. Jiang Tian chuckled with a relaxed expression and said, "My target is not just a few Shikigami. That would be too easy for them. If I don't kill Miyamoto Geniki, I will not defeat East Ocean." The reason why Jiang Tian was determined to attack the Cherry Blossom Society was not only because of Tanjuan's family, nor was it because of the blood feud between his brothers. It was because the Cherry Blossom Society was the real supporter of the three major families of Jinlin City in his previous life. It could be said that the Cherry Blossom Society was the real culprit that destroyed the Jiang family and pushed Jiang Tian into a hopeless situation. At this moment, Jiang Tian could not help but recall the miserable scenes of the Jiang family in his previous life. When his father was framed and sent to prison, his mother was hit by a fake car accident on the highway. When his grandfather was lying on the sickbed, his mother was killed by a fake car accident. When the Medicine King group was bought out by them, the Jiang family scattered. Some died, some fell ill, and some left their hometown. Then, Jiang Tian, who was far away in Linzhou, was also affected. Lu Wangfeng forced his wife, Zhao Xueqing, to commit suicide by burning charcoal. His father-in-law, Zhao Hucheng, and his family were also killed by Lu Wangfeng. At that time, how much pain did Jiang Tian endure? How great of a blow did he suffer? It could be said that his heart was torn to pieces. This hatred had lasted for 10,000 years, and this anger had burned for 10,000 years. Hatred. Jiang Tian's hatred could devour heaven and earth. Anger. Jiang Tian's fury was enough to burn the heavens. The Jiang family was prosperous, and the father was kind and the son was filial. What a good lover. Zhao Xueqing was as gentle as water, gentle and kind. But because of Miyamoto Geniki's words, everything was destroyed. Perhaps to Miyamoto Geniki, the Jiang family was like a nest of ants that he could casually crush. They were just one of the thousands of obstacles he had swept away in his pursuit of the mystic realm of the ruins of immortality. If he killed them, then so be it. But Jiang Tian could not forget. At that time, Jiang Tian was just a good-for-nothing. He could not come into contact with the secrets of the Cherry Blossom Society. But even if he knew, he would not have the strength to resist such a colossus and a peerless powerhouse like a god. He would not even have the slightest thought of revenge. The gap was too big. But now, Jiang Tian had returned after 10,000 years of cultivation. He had successfully built the Gengjin divine body in 2 years and reached the 5th level of Qi cultivation stage. He was ranked as the #1 powerhouse in Wuxia and the top 3 on the global list. Now, in his eyes, the Cherry Blossom Society and Miyamoto Geniki were just bugs that he could stomp to death. At this time, it was like an arrow on the bow that had to be released. It was like a sword pointed at the enemy's throat. How could Jiang Tian give up? I want Miyamoto Geniki to die without a burial place. Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp cold light. A monstrous murderous aura rose steadily, making Yi Zhantian's heart palpitate. Jiang Tian, do you have a grudge against Miyamoto Geniki? Yi Zhantian felt the change in him and asked with a frown. Even when Jiang Tian was facing the Russian powerhouse Xiaobin on Moling Lake, he was still talking and laughing with a relaxed expression. But now, Jiang Tian's eyes were red. The murderous aura was like a demon rushing out from the depths of hell, crushing everything. The anger was like a volcanic eruption, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. I do have a grudge against him. Miyamoto Geniki has invaded the martial arts world of Wuxia many times. How can I not kill him? Jiang Tian regained his composure and smiled faintly. He could not show too much abnormality. Otherwise, Yi Zhantian might be able to see the secret of his reincarnation. Alas, if the young people of Wuxia could remember the national shame like Jiang Tian, be courageous in the face of the strong, and be brave in the face of the strong, then Wuxia would not have to worry about prosperity and standing proudly in the world. Yi Zhantian sighed deeply in his heart. His admiration for Jiang Tian had reached a new height. Compared with Jiang Tian's family, the Yan Jing nobles in White Emperor City who were trained by the Yin sect were too insignificant. It was because of this admiration for Jiang Tian that Yi Zhantian said with a serious face, "Jiang Tian, 3 days later, I will fight with Miyamoto Geniki. If I can't hold on, then you can join in. Is that okay?" Jiang Tian was slightly touched. Yi Zhantian wanted to use this opportunity to test Miyamoto Geniki's background and let him see Miyamoto Geniki's weakness. Cutting Society, Tao Benevolent Society, Honesty Society, and so on. Even the headquarters of Yamaguchi-gumi were here. It can be said to be the place with the highest concentration of mafia organizations in Japan. Ordinary people might never see a grenade in their entire lives, but in Fukuoka, there are too many. The local police have even set up a grenade reward hotline, which shows how chaotic this place is. The funniest thing is that Fukuoka Prefecture has even issued a special local law. Throwing grenades is not allowed, not even replicas. When Governor Ogawa of Fukuoka Prefecture was cracking down on the mafia, he used to wear a bulletproof vest to work for many days. Many Wuxia people see East Asia as a paradise. They say that the laws are standardized, the people are polite, and there is no environmental pollution. It is as if the moon in East Asia is rounder than the moon in Wuxia. In fact, that is not the case at all. Old Yi, you are quite knowledgeable. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Zhantian in surprise and laughed. Yi Zhantian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. I have been studying East Asia for the past 30 years. I hope that one day, the martial arts world of Wuxia will be able to trample over Tokyo and bring glory to our country. Although I am not talented, I will never forget the hatred of my country. When he said the last few words, a trace of faintly discernible arrogance climbed up the corners of his eyes and brows. Yes, trample over Tokyo and liberate Lin Jieling of East Asia's Ivy world. Dugu Shaoan nodded in agreement. Who is Lin Jieling of the Dark World? Yi Zhantian's face was stern. Do you think that the East Asian powerhouses can restrain our fellow martial artists of Wuxia? This is too much, too arrogant. So, Jiang Tian, you have made the right decision. You still want to beat them up. They don't need us to rescue them. Jiang Tian was speechless. He looked at Dugu Xiao and said, Xiao, I understand that young people are hot-tempered. But you better watch less of those scourges that poison the young people of our country. Novice brother, I promise that I watch them with a critical eye. The internet addict Dugu Xiao smiled awkwardly, a little embarrassed. Oh, the 3 of you are here. Come in, what would you like to eat? When Jiang Tian and the other 2 appeared on Azura Street, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Immediately, many Chinese people came up to greet them enthusiastically. The 3 of them were dressed very strangely. Dugu Xiao wore a long black cotton robe, his wild black hair tied into a bun, and a pair of wooden chopsticks stuck in it. He looked very unique. Yi Zhantian's sword-like eyebrows were slanted, and he was full of heroic spirit. His steps were steady, and he did not look old at all. One look and you could tell that he was an expert. Jiang Tian was now in the appearance of the Genjin divine body. Paired with his white robe, he looked even more otherworldly and handsome, like a god. The 3 of them entered a Cantonese restaurant called Taste of Yangcheng, which seemed to have a good flow of customers. They picked a table by the window and sat down. They ordered a table full of food and drinks and chatted while eating. The 3 of them were only half full. Yamaguchi-gumi people, don't move. If you move again, I will kill you. Suddenly, a group of men in black with dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms rushed in and surrounded Jiang Tian and the others. Jiang Tian and the others had a black star pistol pressed against their heads. Damn, this is interesting. Are we being robbed? A scam? Dugu Xiao laughed involuntarily, but deep in his eyes, there was a murderous intent. He was ready to fight. Ah Xiao, relax. Let's have a chat with them. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said with a smile. With Jiang Tian's skills, how could these people get close to him? However, they were all Chinese, and the previous sentence showed that they had misunderstood him as a member of Yamaguchi-gumi. That was why he did not fight with them. Bro, you are pretty good, aren't you? Alright, let's have a chat. Tell me, what do you want to do at Azura Street? It was a brawny man with a body as tall as a mountain. Even in the late autumn, he was wearing only 2 veins, revealing the dragon and tiger tattoos on his body. There was a knife wound on his chest, which was randomly wrapped with bandages. The bandages were soaked with blood, but he was too lazy to change them. A shiny silver desert eagle was clipped to the waist of his baggy camouflage pants. He pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Jiang Tian. With a soft Chonghua cigarette in his mouth, he puffed out a cloud of smoke and arrogantly sneered. Let's eat. What else can we do? Don't disturb us. Get lost. Dugu Xiao said angrily. Fuck, kid, you are a descendant of the Chinese, a Wuxia citizen. How dare you be a traitor of Yamaguchi-gumi? You deserve to be hacked into pieces. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will shoot you? The brawny man took out his desert eagle and aimed it at Dugu Xiao's head as he roared furiously. Ah Xiao, Jiang Tian glared at Dugu Xiao, who was ready to fight, and then looked at the brawny man. After a brief pause, he asked, if I remember correctly, you are Song Jigang from the Jinling Pharmaceutical University's Physical Education Department, fuck. You know me. Song Jigang looked at Jiang Tian carefully for a long time before he suddenly patted his head and said, oh, I remember now. You are the great playboy Jiang. Fuck, you have become more handsome. Did you get plastic surgery in South Korea? Jiang Tian smiled and did not say a word. This Song Jigang was also a tyrant in Jinling Pharmaceutical University. He majored in martial arts in the Physical Education Department, and his family owns a martial arts dojo. His family is also rich, and he is also a popular figure in the university. At that time, Jiang Tian used his family's wealth to do whatever he wants in Jinling and offended many people. For example, Xia Miao, whose family owns a securities company. Song Jigang and Xia Miao had a good relationship, and Xia Miao had asked Song Jigang to teach Jiang Tian a lesson in school. Song Jigang was also hot-headed and stood up for his brother. He found an excuse and gathered a few people from the Physical Education Department to challenge Jiang Tian to a fight in the school's basketball court. But that time, Jiang Tian was prepared. He called Cheng Yi and also a few dozen of his friends from the society. Song Jigang was beaten up by Jiang Tian instead. Song Jigang's face fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. His reputation was swept to the ground. Coincidentally, the school had a military recruitment, so he joined the army. Later, Jiang Tian also lost contact with him. Jiang Tian didn't expect that the world was so small. To think that he would bump into an old classmate in Japan. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this person was involved in the mafia. Put away your guns. He is from Wuxia. Song Jigang waved his hand, and the gunmen put away their guns and left the restaurant. Everyone is a soldier. Jiang Tian saw the gunmen holstering their guns and leaving the restaurant. The barbecue seller continued to sell barbecue, and the stinky tofu seller continued to fry stinky tofu. Also, the gunmen were very familiar with their actions. They should not be gangsters pretending to be street vendors. Jiang Tian, you are too mean in the past. Song Jigang laughed as he pointed at Jiang Tian. He was also a forthright person. He had long forgotten about the incident at school, but he did not have a good impression of Jiang Tian's sinister and unruly behavior. It was supposed to be a 5 versus 5 battle, but it was still fine if you were to win against dozens of people at once. But when you were fighting, you even used pepper spray at the same time. This was too much of a joke. Now I can't even stay in school anymore. I'm sorry, I made you laugh. Jiang Tian cupped his hands and apologized. Forget it, it's a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. This meal is on me. Eat and drink as much as you want. Song Jigang laughed. Old you, what kind of wine is this? Where is your Maotai aged wine? Bring it up. Why are you hiding it? Save it for when you visit the grave. Jiang Tian, don't be so polite. I call the shots on this street. When he was arguing, he didn't even turn his head. He was full of vigor, talking and laughing freely, just like a big shot of a region. The shop owner, Yu Wang, quickly stepped forward and bowed. No problem, I'll bring it up for you now. It was obvious that Song Jigang had some prestige on Azura Street. Chapter 433. Song Jigang dragged Boss Yu to accompany Jiang Tian and the other two to drink. Boss Yu claimed that he was just a dog meat that couldn't be served in a banquet, so how could he be qualified to sit at the same table as Brother Gang? He repeatedly declined. Song Jigang anxiously scolded him a few times before he dared to accompany him. A crisis was averted. They refilled the wine, returned the lanterns, and restarted the banquet. Jiang Tian smiled and asked, Jigang, you're doing pretty well here. Look, you're even using the desert eagle. Very impressive. You're still as elegant as before. Song Jigang smiled reservedly and didn't say anything. He was no longer an ordinary hooligan. He already understood some of the essence of posturing. Some words were more infectious when spoken by others. Boss Yu gave him a thumbs up and praised with a face full of admiration. Brother Gang is the #1 hero of our Fulong gang. Isn't the Kudo Kai's Miyuki Nomura awesome? Back in Tokyo's Ginza, he killed more than a dozen heroes with a single blade. He was famous in Fukuoka Prefecture, but they were all taken care of by our brother Gang. Jiang Tian had heard of the Fulong Gang. This gang was also known as the Fucking Gang. Their ancestral home was in the Fucking and Changle regions of Minnan Province. Most of their members were in their teens to 30s. They applied to stay in Japan in the name of studying abroad and later obtained the renewal of their visas through various channels. They were generally proficient in Japanese and had rich experience in anti-capture and anti-reconnaissance. They were quick-witted, and could skillfully open all kinds of locks by analogy. They usually make money by stealing from tourists at tourist shopping hotspots, stealing their luggage from hotels where tourists stay, and stealing from hotels where tourists stay to make money. Because most of them had lived in Japan for a long time and engaged in all kinds of illegal transactions, they were more familiar with Japan's criminal laws. Of course, the Fulong Gang was known as the #1 Chinese gang in Japan. But in fact, they only had a few thousand members. Basically, they mainly engaged in theft and robbery. They couldn't even afford to play with firearms and the like. If Daquan was a giant dragon, then they were at most a small snake. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were caterpillars. Cough, cough, Song Jigang fiercely coughed and rolled his eyes at Boss Yu. He frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense, Boss Yu. Aren't you just trying to get me into trouble? That Nomura brat died in a car accident. What does that have to do with me? Although he said this, he couldn't hide the pride and arrogance in his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Gang is right. I drank too much. I was just talking nonsense. Everyone, just take it as a joke. Boss Yu patted his face lightly and said with a smile. Isn't that like striking a stone with an egg? Look, the news is out. This Master Kong was eventually sent to Japan to be punished. In the end, he jumped into the sea and drowned. Isn't that a pity? Yeah, this Master Kang's death is such a pity. I heard that this person was a martial arts expert, like Chen Zhen and Yi Wen. He knew Qigong, could leap over roofs and vault over walls, and could kill a cow with one punch. However, he was killed by the Japanese. There's nothing we can do about it. Master Kong is powerful, but he's still a member of the pugilistic world. The Japanese have guns and cannons. They're no match for him. These Japanese are despicable. If they have the guts, they should fight with Master Kong. They only know how to play dirty. Master Kong was quite famous in Japan's Chinese circle. Hearing Song Jigang and Boss Yu's discussion, 7 or 8 diners immediately listened attentively. When they heard that, they began to discuss and sigh for Master Kang's death. Song Jigang held a wine glass in his hand and listened to their discussion quietly. There was a hint of mockery on his face. In the end, he laughed disdainfully and said, "What do you people know? You don't even know the real secrets." He glanced at Jiang Tian smugly. "Look, I'm doing well in Japan. What is it? Tell us." Everyone was impatient, and their appetites were piqued. "I can tell you a big piece of news, but if anyone dares to say a word, the fucking gang won't let you off. Chopping you into pieces is considered a light punishment. You'll be exterminated." Song Jigang said sternly. "Definitely not. Don't worry, brother gang. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." Everyone nodded and promised solemnly. Song Jigang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Let me tell you, Master Kong isn't dead." "What? He's not dead? Didn't the news announce it?" "Yeah, the Prime Minister." All the officials came out to speak. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. "Lower your voice. Don't make a fuss. If someone hears you, we'll be in big trouble." Song Jigang signaled with his eyes. Boss Yu hurriedly got up and pulled down the shutter door. The restaurant became much darker and was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Everyone clustered around Song Jigang. Then, Song Jigang said mysteriously, "A while ago, there was a gunfight at the Mangrove Pier in Yashiro Port in Fukuoka Prefecture. Did you hear about it?" "Yeah, I heard there were some terrorists." Everyone nodded. Song Jigang said again, "In Fukuoka City, it was said that there was a flying man who chased after a few cars. Even the police car was destroyed. Did you hear about it? Didn't the officials say that it was a misunderstanding among the citizens? They said that there was a Hollywood team shooting a movie." Boss Yu interrupted. Song Jigang said again, "On Tori Mountain, there were a few big explosions under Nomiya Shrine. There were also mushroom clouds." "Did you hear about it?" "I heard about it. Some people even recorded a video. Some people said that a volcano erupted. Some people said that it was a mountain quarry." Everyone was talking at once. Song Jigang laughed disdainfully and said, "I said that you have no class and no knowledge. You're still not convinced." That time at the pier, Kong Taechu's cruise ship arrived. He was pretending to be dead. As soon as he arrived at the pier, he single-handedly killed the people of Nomiya Shrine, dozens of armed police, and hundreds of Yamaguchi-gumi heroes. Song Jigang said, "Fuck. Master Kong is so powerful. One person killed hundreds of people. Is that possible?" Everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe it. "What do you know?" Song Jigang said excitedly, "Master Kong is a martial artist. Do you understand? Martial artist? Martial artist, your brother Gang is also a martial artist. It's impossible for him to be so powerful. Yeah, you're the successor of the Hua family in Zhongzhou. Very powerful. Even you can't reach that level. Everyone still felt that it was unbelievable. Song Jigang drank a mouthful of wine and rolled his eyes at everyone. He said disdainfully, martial artist. Not martial artist. He's an ancient martial arts expert, a martial arts master. I only practice ordinary martial arts. I haven't even touched the edge of martial arts. How can I compare? Are martial artists that powerful? Everyone was curious. Martial artists are divided into iron body, internal strength, transformative realm, and divine realm. Song Jigang proudly glanced at Jiang Tian and said disdainfully, iron body, fists like steel, invulnerable, a slash, a white mark. Internal strength, strength like a bull, condensation of internal strength, can hurt people through objects. Transformative realm, cultivation of true qi, can hurt people through the air, walk on water, can withstand small caliber firearms, and even strafe. As for divine realm, they are like gods. You won't understand even if I tell you, hee hee. Jiang Tian, I know your family is rich, but if you meet a martial artist, you'll immediately kneel down. Chapter 434. Holy shit, that's awesome. Master Kong can walk on water and not be afraid of bullets. Everyone exclaimed. It was as if a door to a whole new world had been opened. Song Jigang smiled proudly. Master Kong is the #1 martial arts grandmaster in Wuxia, known as the immortal state. Let alone bullets, even cannons may not be able to kill him. Oh my god, this is too heaven-defying. Holy shit, doesn't that make him Spider-Man or Superman? Captain America. Captain America is American. How can he be the captain of Wuxia? He should be called Captain Wuxia. The 7 or 8 diners were all excited and shouted with shocked faces. Brother Jiang, the name of Captain Wuxia is very suitable. Yi Zhantian looked at Jiang Tian with a smile. He used a secret telepathic technique. Although it was not as far as the telepathic telepathy, it was still very clear when they were face to face. Jiang Tian replied through telepathy, I wouldn't dare. You are the leader of the Long Formation, so you should be the captain. Dugu Xiao coughed and said with a proud expression, could it be that you didn't hear that besides Grandmaster Jiang, there was also a handsome and confident black-clothed youth? He flew in the sky and went under the ground, killing dozens of Japanese. Never heard of it. Everyone looked at him in surprise and shook their heads. Dugu Xiao was shocked. It seemed that he would not be able to work with Dugu Xiao in the future. He had stolen all the limelight, and everyone else was just a foil. Song Jigang continued to brag. The man who appeared in Fukuoka was Master Kong. He directly killed the Grand Priest of Nomiya Shrine. He also captured the mayor of Fukuoka and the executives of the Mitsui Group. You haven't seen the mayor of Fukuoka on TV recently, right? The Japanese government felt embarrassed and was afraid of causing panic. That's why they said it was a movie. Have you ever seen a movie without cleaning up the streets in advance? That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Song Jigang continued, let me tell you something. The battle at Nomiya Shrine was also fought between Master Kong and a Japanese master. When a master makes a move, it's so earth-shattering. Boss, you listened to his conversation and never stopped drinking. At this time, he said with drunken eyes, Brother Gang, I don't care if other people believe it or not. No matter how capable he is, he shouldn't be afraid of cannon fire. Where did you hear that rumor from? Or are you just making things up? What nonsense. It's all true. Do you think I would lie to you? Song Jigang said anxiously with a pale face. It's not that we don't believe you, Brother Gang. It's just that what you said is too unbelievable. It's like Superman or Spider-Man, but those are all made up by Hollywood to fool kids. They're not real. Yu Fuwang smiled and retorted, you don't even know Master Kong. It's all hearsay. Don't believe it, don't believe it. Song Jigang's face turned red. Boss Yu's words had him at a loss. He was just a hired thug of the fucking gang. In the eyes of the average person, he was definitely a big shot. However, even the boss of the fucking gang would not be able to meet Master Kong, let alone him. However, in a public place, he naturally could not lose face. His expression changed for a long time before he sneered, "Do you think I can't meet Master Kong? Humph, then you're underestimating me too much. To be honest, the boss of the fucking gang will be meeting Master Kong in 3 days. He said he'll bring me there. Are you serious? When the time comes, can you help us get an autograph or something?" This group of people was surprised to see Master Kong as an idol star. Song Jigang did not answer and only continued to brag, "How can it be fake? Our boss, Grandpa Su, is the grand disciple of Hua Qingtian, the martial arts tycoon of the Central Plains. Hua Qingtian's grandfather is a general under Master Kang's tutelage. Master Kong even once praised him with an inscription, 'Only my great general Hua dares to ride a horse with a sword.'" Jiang Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry. When did I ever inscribe an inscription for old Hua? Why don't I know about it myself? Pfft. Yu Wang directly spat out a mouthful of tea and laughed, "Song Jigang, you're too funny. This is clearly an inscription that Great General Peng wrote for Great General Peng. Why would Master Kong give it to Hua Qingtian's Great General Hua?" Song Jigang was originally only a little literate. He had scratched his head to come up with this domineering inscription. He did not expect Yu Wang to see through it. He immediately said awkwardly, "I don't know about that, but that's how Master Kong wrote the inscription." Jiang Tian nodded and laughed, "That's right. This Master Kang's cultural level is not very high. It would be difficult for him to come up with a new inscription. This is a quote. Yes, my brother is still the most cultured. Quote, quote. The quote is very appropriate." Song Jigang patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and laughed. Then he laughed and said, "But Jiang Tian, what happened to you just now? It seems like you took a Yamaguchi-gumi's car here. Don't tell me you've become a traitor for the Yamaguchi-gumi?" "No. I couldn't get a taxi on the side of the road, so this car gave us a lift on the way." Jiang Tian asked curiously, "Are the Yamaguchi-gumi and the fucking gang at odds?" During this period, the Cutting Society, Daoran Society, and many other Japanese societies have come to our Azura Street to cause trouble. I don't care if you have anything to do with them. Stay away from them. A war might break out. What war? Jiang Tian nodded. Now that Ishii Yulian had lost control of the Yamaguchi-gumi, even if the Yamaguchi-gumi in Fukuoka did not dare to make any moves, members from other cities might come here to cause trouble. The #1 expert in Japan wants to challenge Master Kong. During this period, the Japanese societies are in high spirits and have been in constant conflict with the Chinese societies. Song Jigang said with a solemn expression, "Our fucking gang has also received instructions from Grandfather Hua to guard the Chinese and maintain order to avoid being attacked by the Japanese. He warned, they don't have any good intentions. If you take their car, you might be killed by them. I advise you to hurry back to your country. It hasn't been peaceful recently." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." At this time, a shrill alarm suddenly came from outside the door. Yu Wang quickly hid under the table and shouted, "Not good, the Japanese are here again." Jiang Tian scanned the area with his divine sense and saw a few black Lexuses barging into the area. "Baka! Huaxia pig, come out and die. Bastards of the fucking gang, come out and fight with us." A group of East Asians carrying katanas, baseball bats, and bulging weapons on their waists swaggered out of the car. There were dozens of them, and they beat up anyone they saw and smashed everything they saw. They were very arrogant as if they had entered a no-man's land. "It's the Cutting Kai. Seeing this, Song Jigang's eyes were about to crack. He kicked Yu Fawang and scolded, "Don't hide. Send my friends out from the back door or hide in the cellar. Don't say that you are Chinese." After saying this, he opened the shutter door with a pistol and walked out. Yu Fawang and the others pulled Jiang Tian and the other two, asking them to hide. However, Jiang Tian and the others just waved their hands, unwilling to move. Yu Fawang and the others didn't care so much. They pulled down the shutter door, locked it, and hid in the cellar and rooms. On the street, Song Jigang and the dozen or so heroes of the fucking gang immediately fought. It was not the first time the two sides had clashed. They had been attacking each other for many years, and each side had brothers who had died in the other's hands. Therefore, when enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. Some of them fought on the streets with guns, and some of them fought in the shops. In the end, the Japanese even used grenades, and a few shops were blown up. The Azura Street immediately turned into a battlefield of carnage. For a time, gunshots, shouts, fighting, explosions, cries, and screams were endless. Blood flowed like a river, and both sides suffered losses. Aside from that, there were also many police officers from the Fukuoka Security Bureau blocking the two ends of the street and all the exits. They were armed with live ammunition and were shouting loudly. They were ready to arrest the fucking gang and force them to disarm and surrender. Soon, the Cutting Kai gained the upper hand. They came prepared and had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, their weapons were advanced, and they were equipped with submachine guns and grenades. The fucking gang had been raided by the Japanese police many times, and they only had a few pistols left. Most of them were using cold weapons. For a moment, Song Jigang and the rest were forced to retreat, and several of their brothers were heavily injured. Song Jigang hid in a shop, and he was almost out of bullets. His shoulder was injured, and his body was covered in blood. At this moment, 3 Japanese approached. The leader was a short middle-aged man with bow legs. He swaggered in and proudly said, "Song-san, come out and surrender. Get out of Azura Street, and I'll spare your lives. Cutting Shinichi, I will not surrender. Huaxia will never surrender. Kill me if you have the guts." Song Jigang roared. There was only one bullet left in his pistol. He held a gas can in front of him and roared, "Put down your weapon, or we'll be finished together." Cutting Shinichi was shocked. He didn't expect Song Jigang to be so ruthless. After a slight pause, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you think Huaxia's Master Kong will win? You're wrong. He'll definitely lose this time. Once he dies, we'll carry out a cruel bloodbath on all the Chinese. If you surrender now, we'll let you and your brothers go. Fuck your mother's bullshit. You Japanese brats are all weak. How can you be a match for our Grandmaster Jiang?" Song Jigang cursed loudly. "When Master Kong kills your number 1 expert, Yamaguchi Gumi, Inagawa Kai, and Sumitsuki Kai will all be finished." He pressed the pistol against the gas tank and threatened again with a crack in his eyes. "Tell your men to put down their guns and get out of Azura Street. Otherwise, I'll drag you down with me. Sure, go ahead and shoot. If you don't shoot, you're a coward." Cutting Shinichi said disdainfully. The fear of death struck his heart. Song Jigang's whole body trembled. Large drops of sweat seeped out from his bloody and oily forehead. His fingers suddenly pulled the trigger as he roared, "Damn it! Fight for Huaxia. What's there to be afraid of? Come on, Japanese, let's die together." Chapter 435. Suddenly, he couldn't pull the trigger of his pistol. His heart sank. Damn it! The gun is stuck. Is there something wrong with it? Damn it! I'm done for. I'm going to be captured alive by the Japanese. While he was still in shock, a few Japanese mocked him for being a coward for not having the guts to shoot. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Ji Gang, you are a true warrior who dares to live in humiliation for your dreams. You are a coward who seeks death." As soon as this voice fell, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Song Ji Gang only saw a flash of black light. Puff! 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 Shinichi Kudo and the other two Kudo Kai masters were pierced through their chests by the black light. They fell to the ground in spurts of blood. Under Jiang Tian's spiritual consciousness, nothing in the entire Azura Street could hide from him. The black iron shuttle and the black flying sword turned into two black lights, and pierced through those cutting society's elite fighters one by one, as easily as crushing dry weeds. Suddenly, screams and screams were heard. The thick smell of blood instantly shrouded the entire Azura Street. Countless Chinese people who were in danger couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the East Asian people who had been killing and looting fall one after another under the two flashing dark lights as if they were being harvested by the scythe of the Grim Reaper. What? Everyone from the Kudo Kai has been killed. What's going on? We can't contact Shinichi Kudo. Those damn Huaxia pigs. We can't contact the three Kendo masters either. Many Japanese police officers on both ends of the street exclaimed in shock. Go in and arrest them. The leader of the police, Hashimoto Takaichi, roared in exasperation. That Huaxia martial arts master had been burning and looting in Japan, and had killed the grand priest of Nomiya Shrine, Onpei Yashihei in Fukuoka. Many high-ranking officials, leaders of tycoons, cultural celebrities, and powerful cultivators in Honshu were furious and scolded the police for being incompetent. Hashimoto Takaichi and the others had no guts or ability to deal with Jiang Tian, so they could only gather the Cutting Kai and other organizations to invade and harass the Chinese community. They wantonly smashed and burned, making their presence known and appeasing the anger of the upper class. It could be said that the Fukuoka police no longer turned a blind eye to the actions of many Japanese organizations to destroy the Chinese community. Instead, they personally instigated, organized, supported, and even plotted against them. The fucking gang was a Chinese gang that was hated by the Japanese upper class. The Azura Street was the stronghold that the fucking gang had operated in Fukuoka Prefecture for decades. It was a symbolic area of influence. Hashimoto Takaichi had been planning this operation for a long time, and he even invited several kendo masters to help him. Their goal was to borrow the strength of kendo experts and organizations like the Cutting Kai to wipe out the fucking gang in one fell swoop and kill them on the spot. This was because there was no death penalty in Japan. Hashimoto Takaichi had invited many experts and made thorough preparations. He originally thought that this operation would be a success. Who would have thought that the Kudo society would be completely annihilated after just a few minutes? This was a setback and loss that he could not accept. All members of the illegal fucking gang, lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill you immediately. Whoosh! Teams of Japanese police officers, armed with explosion-proof shields and assault rifles, moved steadily into the street under the cover of explosion-proof vehicles. Damn it, these Japanese are despicable. Brothers, let's retreat quickly. Song Ji Gang shouted into the walkie-talkie. Brother Gang, I'm afraid we can't do it. There are too many police officers, and all the passages and secret passages are blocked. One of the brothers exclaimed. Brother Gang, what should we do? The enemy's firepower is very strong. With just our few guns. One of the brothers lost confidence. Even so, we can't surrender. Charge out. At this moment, Song Ji Gang didn't have time to think about the two black lights. He was shocked when he heard the words, and he knew that this was bad. The Japanese police wanted to wipe them out in one fell swoop. This was discussed with the Cutting Kai. No, Brother Gang, we can't hold on. The enemy's vitality is too strong. Parrot is already dead. His brothers were being suppressed by the police, and they retreated to the middle of the street. They were about to be killed by the Japanese police. Just when Song Jigang's heart was filled with despair and panic, an explosion suddenly sounded out. It was as if a dozen grenades had exploded at the same time. A surging wave of air pushed out from the Yongqing Flavor restaurant. The shutter door, the wall, and the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered in an instant. The broken pieces of iron, glass, and bricks immediately turned into the sharpest and fiercest shrapnel, blasting the dozens of policemen outside the door and sending them flying 10 meters away. The three explosion-proof vehicles that weighed more than a few tons were like toy cars that were casually thrown out by a naughty child. They flew 5 or 6 meters into the air and rolled out lightly. With a few clangs, they smashed into the opposite building and broke into pieces, turning into scrap metal. Under this unstoppable force, whether it was the riot shield or the bulletproof vest, they were all shattered like pieces of paper. All the police officers were bleeding from their orifices in an instant. They died an unnatural death, and they didn't even have time to scream. What? This? Is this a weapon of mass destruction? This power. It's too terrifying. The police officers in the distance all stood there like clay sculptures, looking at the Yongqing Flavor restaurant in horror. Clang! 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 They were so scared that they dropped their guns and shields. What the fuck? Even Song Jigang and the other heroes of the fucking gang were shocked and dumbfounded. They all looked at the entrance of the restaurant. Kong Tae-chu is here. Who dares to act rashly? Following a cold, emotionless, and dignified shout, a tall and dignified figure stepped out from the ruins of the restaurant. At this time, Jiang Tian had the appearance of the gunmetal divine body. He was as handsome as a god, and his white clothes were like dust. He looked otherworldly. Oh my god, it's that Wuxia guy. The peerless expert who killed High Priest Anpei Jiping. In an instant, the remaining dozens of Japanese police officers were scared out of their wits. Some of them had participated in the bloody battle at the Mangrove Wharf and knew what Jiang Tian looked like. The terrifying scene of Jiang Tian lifting a 10-ton container and smashing hundreds of police officers to death in an instant had been deeply imprinted in their minds. It was a nightmare that they could never erase. At this time, they didn't dare to face Jiang Tian. Run! Where's the car? Come and help us quickly. The devil has appeared. Bang! 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 Many Japanese police officers fired at Jiang Tian while running away. They screamed and ran for their lives as if there was a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex chasing after them. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They only hated that their parents didn't give them an extra pair of legs. You still want to shoot? Do you want to die? Jiang Tian snorted and waved his hand. 2 black lights burst out and rushed toward the Japanese police officers. Damn, is he my college classmate, Jiang Tian? My classmate can't be so fierce. Song Jigang recognized that the black lights that bloomed from Jiang Tian's fingers were the 2 black lights that killed Shinichi Kudo and the others. For a moment, he was horrified and couldn't believe it. When Jiang Tian's little black flying sword and black iron shuttle continuously killed the Japanese police officers. The police officer leading the team, Hashimoto Takaichi, had already gotten into the police car and fled. Now, he just wanted to escape from this place. As for the life and death of the police officers and how the Japanese higher-ups would deal with him in the future, they didn't care at all. In his opinion, even if it was life imprisonment, death, or even death by 1,000 cuts, it was much better than falling into the hands of that Wuxia monster. But he was very depressed. Didn't this Wuxia monster live in Ishii Yurin's villa? And the police had been secretly monitoring him. They didn't notice that they went out at all. How did they suddenly come to the Azura Street? Just as Hashimoto Takaichi rushed out for 3 kilometers and finally breathed a sigh of relief, a shaky Japanese suddenly sounded in his ears. "Your Excellency's speed is really too slow. Why don't you give me your head and let me report to my brother Chu?" Hashimoto Takaichi was shocked and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. A few dozen meters in front of him, a black shadow flashed, and a young man with a bun on his head appeared. The young man crossed his arms and stood upright like a javelin. There was a toothpick in the corner of his mouth and a bright smile on his face. "You are," Hashimoto Takashi instantly recognized that the young man was another freak from Huaxia. He cursed inwardly and quickly turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and wanted to turn around and leave. However, the young man opened his mouth and spat out the toothpick between his teeth. The speed of the toothpick was faster than lightning. The bulletproof glass of the police car, which was harder than steel, was useless. With a loud bang, the glass shattered one after another. The next moment, Hashimoto Takaichi felt a sharp pain in his forehead. His consciousness blurred, and his hands and feet spasmed violently. The car hit the barrier and died of suffocation. Dugu Xiao walked over lazily with a playful smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, a crescent-shaped cold light flashed down. Blood splattered everywhere. At this time, Azura Street was in a mess. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. Severed limbs and blood stains were everywhere. Azura Street is really worthy of its name this time. Some shop owners and customers poked their heads out and said in disbelief. He's Master Kong." Yu Fuwang and the others stood far away and looked at Jiang Tian with shock and fear. They felt that he was like a demon god, and they didn't dare to get close to him. Thinking about how they had a meal with Jiang Tian just now, their legs and stomachs cramped. Especially Yu Fuwang. Thinking about how he had disrespected Master Kong again and again, he shrank back like a quail. Only Song Jigang, who led a few young men from fucking gang, boldly stepped forward and knelt in front of Jiang Tian. With reverence and worship, he said, "Disciple Song Jigang of fucking gang greets Master Kong." The boss of fucking gang, Su Yi, was Hua Qingtian's disciple. Hua Qingtian was the disciple of Master Kong, a member of the Heaven Alliance. Strictly speaking, all the disciples of fucking gang were Jiang Tian's disciples. "Ji Gang, you can still treat me as your university classmate. You don't have to be so polite." Jiang Tian said with a warm smile and stretched out his hands to help Song Jigang up. "I don't dare. Let me talk while kneeling. I'll feel more comfortable," Song Jigang said with a bitter face. Chapter 436. Then, sit down. Jiang Tian smiled helplessly and pulled him into a Sichuan teahouse that hadn't been destroyed yet. Sometimes, appearing as Kong Teichu always made him lose a lot of fun. He originally wanted to use Jiang Tian's appearance to get Song Jigang to bring him and Dugu Xiao to Kabuki-cho to criticize the decadent lifestyle of capitalist society. He was afraid that he couldn't do it now. The boss trembled as he served a few cups of tea. He didn't dare to show his face at all and just stood by the counter, trembling. Song Jigang also felt uncomfortable and didn't dare to sit down. Most of his buttocks were hanging out of the chair. The rest of the fucking gang didn't dare to sit down at all and stood respectfully behind Song Jigang. "Come, let me take a look at your wound." Jiang Tian took out the healing powder and helped him apply it. He smiled and said, "Jigang, go back and tell your boss, Su Yi, that I'm a lazy person. I didn't know that your fucking gang had suffered so much in Japan and bled so much. Firstly, I want to thank you, and secondly, I'm very sorry. Ji Grandmaster Jiang, to be able to work for you, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, climb a mountain of blades, or dive into a sea of fire, we won't regret it." Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Song Jigang was so moved that tears flowed down his cheeks. He choked and trembled. What ability did he have to let Grandmaster Jiang personally apply medicine to his wounds, and let Grandmaster Jiang thank him? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he wouldn't even blink if he was asked to die for Jiang Tian. We're willing to serve Master Kong. Master Kong, don't stand on ceremony. It's our honor. The other fucking gang members were also moved to tears. Their blood was boiling, and they were so moved that they couldn't even speak clearly. They couldn't wait to kill a few more Japanese and make them perform well. Before this, I didn't even know that you were my disciples. Old Hua and the others also knew that I was lazy and didn't dare to disturb me with your matters. Jiang Tian treated their wounds one by one and said with a smile, I want to thank all of you. Not only are you brave and good at fighting and not disgracing the reputation of the Heavenly Alliance, but you have also protected many of our comrades. Master Kong, compared to your heroic feats, we're nothing. When everyone heard this, they were beaming with joy and could not hide their ecstasy. They were happier than if they had won a lottery worth tens of millions. Their hearts were sweeter than if they had drunk honey. In their hearts, Master Kong was a high and mighty idol, a god in the clouds. They worshipped him fervently, but felt that he was too far away. Not to mention being personally bandaged by Jiang Tian and receiving such an evaluation from Jiang Tian. Just being able to meet Jiang Tian was enough for them to brag in front of their brothers for the rest of their lives. After a while, Jiang Tian applied the powder on their wounds. Everyone felt their wounds itch. When they looked down, they saw that they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were stunned and their respect for Jiang Tian increased. Jiang Tian said with a smile, however, don't worry. I won't let your blood be sacrificed in vain. In the future, you will lead the fucking gang to dominate the entire East Asia. Yamaguchi-gumi and Inagawa-kai will all be yours. Those who are not of my race will have different intentions. No matter what, Ishii Yulien was still a East Asian, not to mention that she wanted to betray him. How could Hua Xia be at ease? Not killing Ishii Yulien and letting her be a puppet was already a great mercy. This, Master Kong, we will never forget your great kindness. Song Jigang and the others were stunned for a full 3 seconds. They were filled with disbelief and then knelt down one after another. If someone else said this, Song Jigang would definitely think that it was nonsense. You want to take down Yamaguchi-gumi? Why don't you go to heaven? But when these words came out of Jiang Tian's mouth, it was different. Who was Jiang Tian? He was a peerless expert that defeated the East Asian experts. He was the #1 martial arts expert in Huaxiao. If he could win the pinnacle battle 3 days later, then Master Kong would be invincible in East Asia. At this moment, they were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Tian. Yamaguchi-gumi and Inagawa-kai were the strongest societies in East Asia. The benefits were immeasurable. It could be said that Jiang Tian's words allowed them to reach a height that they could never imagine in their lifetime. They chatted for another half an hour. Ishii Yulien rushed in and knelt on the ground. He said with a face full of shame, Master Kong, my guards are late. Please forgive us. Damn, isn't this Ishii Yulien? As expected, Master Kong even took down Yamaguchi-gumi's leader. I'm afraid that Inagawa-kai and the other organizations won't be able to hold on. Seeing Ishii Yulien kneeling in front of Jiang Tian, everyone was shocked and they recognized her identity. Do I need your guards? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, Sasaki Kaisha is now the president of Sakura Kai. Contact him for me. Yes. Ishii Yulien quickly waved his hand and asked his assistant to contact Sasaki Kaisha. Tokyo Ginza was a commercial center on par with Paris Champs-Élysées and New York's Fifth Avenue. In East Asia, if Mount Fuji in Kyoto symbolized nature and history, then Tokyo Ginza symbolized East Asia's modernity. There were all kinds of modern department stores and commercial complexes. The headquarters of Panasonic, Mitsui, and Mitsubishi, which were second to none in Japan, were located in this area. There were also many exquisite restaurants, bars, and nightclubs hidden in the middle. Sakura Building, a large conference room on the top floor. The room was elegantly furnished. An abstract Sakura flag hung on the wall. This was the Sakura Kai's headquarters. Sasaki Kaisha, who had flown back to the Sakura Kai's headquarters in a helicopter, sat at the head of the table like a high and mighty empress. Below her, many high-ranking officials of the local Metropolitan Police Department, masters of various sects, Grand Onmyoji, and leaders of many conglomerates were gathered for a meeting. Now, the Chinese gathering area has been destroyed. 123 people have died. This can be considered as revenge for the heroes who died around the Senkaku Islands. A high-ranking official of the Metropolitan Police Department said with a smile. Humph, Kong Tae-chu provoked our Wuxia. Let his compatriots suffer for him. You can't blame East Asia. You can only blame them for bleeding the same blood as Kong Tae-chu. Many members of East Asia's upper-class society laughed coldly. It was as if those Wuxia people who died tragically in the chaos were just ants and dust. It did not affect them at all. Humph, those Chinese are just despicable pigs. They don't deserve to live in East Asia. Mitsui Takori shouted. Humph, I've already fired all the Chinese people in the Mitsui Group's companies. This is only the beginning. Sasaki Kaisha's face was filled with murderous intent. She said coldly and viciously, many overlords of the Sakura Kai will also be sent to Wuxia to wreak havoc. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Below the stage, there was a wave of praises, buzzing like flies. My fiancée is really a heroine. With her help, the Matsushita family will become even more powerful in the future. And a handsome, tall, elegant young man was looking at Sasaki Kaisha with burning eyes. His name was Matsushita Kudai, one of the heirs of the Matsushita family. He was also Sasaki Kaisha's fiancé. Just like the upper-class society in Wuxia, dignitaries, businessmen, and martial arts families were working together to make up for their shortcomings. A purely dignitaries or businessmen without the help of martial arts forces would be like a fat lamb that would be torn to pieces by the powerful forces. It would be difficult for them to go far. At this moment, an assistant holding a mobile phone walked behind Sasaki Kaisha, bent down, and whispered something. Her expression changed slightly, then she reached out and took the phone. She smiled and said, Master Kong, what can I do for you? Stop all activities against the Chinese community in East Asia immediately. Otherwise, you will pay the price in blood. Jiang Tian's cold and emotionless voice came. Sasaki Kaisha's heart trembled when she thought of Jiang Tian's terrifying cultivation. But on second thought, he was still in Kyushu, hundreds of kilometers away from Tokyo. What could he do to her? Therefore, she was fearless and arrogant as she said, Grandmaster Jiang, you'd better prepare for the upcoming battle. Your chances of winning are very slim. Besides, what right do you have to order me around? Sasaki Kaisha, do you think I can't do anything to you? Jiang Tian sneered and asked in a cold voice. I respect Master Kong very much, and I have no intention of challenging you. Master Kong, do you want to come to the Sakura Society alone to kill me? Sasaki Kaisha retorted, I've always respected you, but there are many experts here who have always wanted to challenge you. If you want, you can give it a try. Good. Then I'll let you see the price of disobeying my, Kong Tae-chu's, orders. Jiang Tian laughed and hung up the phone. Humph, what a bluff. Sasaki Kaisha put down the phone and forced herself to calm down. The conversation with Kong Tae-chu made her very nervous, but her mouth was unforgiving. She said in disdain, I just received a call. He appeared on Azura Street in Fukuoka 20 minutes ago. I don't believe that he can fly to the Sakura building in 20 minutes. President Sasaki, I suggest that we make a move on Kong Tae-chu's family. Haven't we already investigated his true identity? He's from the Jiang family of Jinling. Mitsui Takori said coldly, if we capture his family, I'm afraid he'll be seriously affected in his duel with the God of Swords. He might even throw away his sword and admit defeat, allowing us to slaughter him. Yes, Mitsui-san's words are very reasonable. Matsushita Kudai nodded in approval. If we capture his family, won't we be able to do whatever we want to him? Many East Asians were discussing among themselves, and all of them agreed. Kong Teichu's family has now become a cultivation family. Recently, they have killed many experts from the dark world. Sasaki Kaisha smiled helplessly. She was about to say something, but before she could say it out loud, It hurts so much. A high-ranking member of the Metropolitan Police Department suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. He clutched his chest and kept screaming and rolling on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood, and his chest was bulging as if there was a monster jumping inside. It looked like it was going to be torn apart in the next moment. Streaks of blood-red light formed a demonic flower, which continued to expand, and then explode. Chapter 437. Ah! My heart hurts. At the same time, more than a dozen East Asians fell to the ground amid continuous screams. Their chests were bulging, and a blood-colored flower appeared on their swollen chests. Some of them screamed, while others fainted instantly. Sasaki Kaisha rushed to Matsushita Kudai's side and shouted, Mr. Matsushita, what's wrong with you? Matsushita Kudai was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. His eyes rolled back, and his whole body convulsed and screamed. What's wrong? That's terrible. Are they possessed by monsters? Call a doctor. Some of the others were also scared and stepped back. Some looked at each other, some screamed, and some went out to call the security guards and doctors. In the blink of an eye, a series of dense explosions rang out, and the chests of the dozen or so fallen men exploded. Pieces of their hearts and streams of blood shot out in all directions. Sasaki Kaisha only felt that his face was hot, and there was blood on his face. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and when he opened his eyes, he was completely stunned. Matsushita Kudai's chest had also burst open. His eyes were still wide open, but he was no longer breathing. Oh, their chests, what's going on? Why did they suddenly? The rest of the people were scared out of their wits and sat on the ground. Their legs were like noodles, and they couldn't even stand up. Streaks of crimson light rolled and surged before converging together to form a red phantom that vaguely resembled Jiang Taichu's image. This is Kong Taichu. Everyone was so scared that they trembled all over, as if they had seen an evil ghost. The phantom's face was full of a cold and murderous look, and he sneered. Sasaki Kaisha, do you think that I can't kill you from hundreds of miles away? When you came to Fukuoka in the morning to send the letter of challenge, I have already planted the blood curse of blooming heart in all of you. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of a thought. I can't believe his spell is so powerful. He managed to place a curse on us while he was talking and laughing, without us noticing. Sasaki Kaisha was shocked and felt a chill in his heart. It could be said that her impression of Jiang Tian was refreshed again and again. Her worldview was overturned again and again. Jiang Tian's strength was far beyond her imagination. Master Kong, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. The rest of the East Asians who were planted with the blossoming heart immediately knelt on the ground and cowered like quails. It could be said that in front of Jiang Tian's terrifying killing methods, high officials and tycoons were all scared out of their wits, their hearts constricting. Master Kong, this old man has a foul mouth. Please don't take it to heart. Even Mitsui Takuri couldn't bring himself to be arrogant. His face was pale as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sasaki Kaisha, your organization killed 123 Wuxia people. I'll double that and kill 246 of your people. The illusory figure said indifferently, 16 people died just now. Now we are short of 230 people. So. The killing has begun. The voice was cold and ruthless, like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. How dare you? Sasaki Kaisha unsheathed her katana and slashed at the illusory figure. Kong Teichu's original body was very powerful. Even 10 Sasaki Kaisha couldn't defeat him. However, this was just a psychic energy that was attached to someone else's vitality. She wasn't afraid. Bang! Bang! Under the sharp saber chi, the scarlet shadow shattered inch by inch, never to reform again. Okay, we are safe now. Let's leave first. Everyone, spread out. We will meet again after the God of Swords kills him. Seeing this, everyone finally regained their composure and walked towards the door in a seemingly unhurried manner. Even if they were scared out of their wits, they still had to maintain their composure. But at this moment, a dragon's roar came from outside the window. When everyone heard it, their hearts beat wildly. They were stunned and their footsteps slowed down. They all turned to look out the window. In that instant, a black light more than 10 feet long flew in from outside like a celestial from outer space and circled around the three people. Then, a dozen thin black lights burst out from the black light, dazzling to the eyes. The high-ranking officials in the hall subconsciously closed their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the black light had flown out of the hall. Everyone stopped in their tracks. A tycoon from the Matsushita family who rushed to the door stood motionless with his back to the crowd. He seemed to be surprised. The other members of the upper class were also surprised and confused. They didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, a high-ranking official of the Metropolitan Police Department screamed. Everyone couldn't help but look over. The official's face was pale and bloodless. The head of a kendo expert next to him had rolled off his neck at some point. Only a headless corpse stood there silently. Blood splattered 3 feet high from the neck. Only then did everyone realize that a dozen heads had fallen to the ground in the hall. They had all died silently. Outside the door, there was also a series of screams. The people in the hall were in a mess, shouting and panicking. They didn't know whether to leave or stay. 3 minutes later, a bodyguard covered in blood ran in and reported that a black light had flown in and the members of the Cherry Blossom Society had died one after another. According to the statistics, there were more than 200 of them. Including the high-ranking officials who died in the hall, a total of 246 people died. Mitsui Takori said with a trembling body, 246 people, more than half of the Cherry Blossom Society. I'm afraid that the Cherry Blossom Society will only exist in name after today. A tycoon trembled with fear in his eyes. If the old God of Swords doesn't win this battle, I'm afraid that the entire Japanese cultivation world will succumb to Jiang Taichu's tyranny in the future. A high-ranking official from the Metropolitan Police Department said with an ashen face. So many people died, Sasaki Haisha stood there dumbfounded. She felt a chill in her heart. She regretted it very much and was very scared. Regret. If she hadn't rashly initiated the invasion of the Chinese community, if she had sincerely apologized and stopped the invasion when Jiang Tian called just now, she might not have suffered such a huge loss. She was heartbroken. Her fiancé had also died an unnatural death because of her contempt for Jiang Tian, fear. Killing people from hundreds of miles away. Sasaki Aisha didn't have the slightest courage to resist such a powerful force. She could only tremble in fear. She immediately announced that all the invasion activities would be stopped. The government would also come out to comfort and compensate the dead and injured Chinese. Furthermore, he quickly contacted Ishii Yu Lian and asked her to convey his apology to Grandmaster Jiang, as well as their next steps. The next day, Jiang Tian received a call from Qing'er. She had led the Heavenly Alliance's experts into Japan secretly. She was going to enter Tokyo and suppress the Japanese government's senior officials to prevent the Japanese self-defense forces from attacking. However, on the day of the battle, she and the other members of the Heavenly Alliance would go to Mount Fuji to support Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian didn't stop them. With Qing'er's current cultivation, she could even come and go freely in the United States White House, let alone the Japanese cabinet mansion. Soon, the third day of the battle arrived. Jiang Tian took a civilian helicopter provided by the fucking gang. Accompanied by Yi Zhantian, Du Gushao, Su Yi, and Song Jigang, he went straight to Mount Fuji. As for the Japanese self-defense forces' sneak attack at this time, he wasn't afraid at all. Firstly, he felt that it was unlikely. After all, the elderly god of swords had decided to attack and made it known to everyone in the world of cultivation. It would be too embarrassing to send the self-defense forces at this time. Secondly, he wasn't afraid. Even if the Japanese self-defense forces attacked, he was confident that he could deal with them. Thirdly, Jiang Tian and many of the Japanese bigwigs he had met were cursed with the elated heart curse. Although he killed some of them the day before yesterday, there were still people like Deputy Prime Minister Fuji Sai and Mitsui Takari who were still alive. They were hostages. Many of the overlords who were paying attention to the battle arrived at Mount Fuji a day earlier than Jiang Tian. This battle was truly too exciting. The battle between Kong Teichu, the top overlord in Wuxia, and the origin of the sword god of swords in Japan was the most brilliant battle in 100 years. The impact was too far-reaching. It was related to the rise and fall of the martial arts world of the two countries. Who wouldn't be excited and pay attention to it? Therefore, in just one day, the martial arts world of Japan and Wuxia all gathered at Mount Fuji. There were dozens of grandmasters. In addition, this battle also attracted the attention of the overlords around the world. Many mysterious organizations like the Blue Storm of the United States and the Pantheon of Europe sent overlords to watch the battle and see the strength of Wuxia and Japanese martial arts world. As for the Heavenly Alliance, the Tanjun faction of South Korea, and the Singapore Chinese Society, they were all in Jiang Tian's camp. In this way, more overlords gathered. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were powerful and extraordinary. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was very nervous about this and sent a large number of police officers to guard around Mount Fuji. After all, the destructive power of these overlords was too terrifying. If it spread to the mortal world, it would turn the world upside down. Not only the martial arts world was paying attention to this battle, but many tycoons in Japan, as well as several cabinet ministers and members of parliament, had also come to the battlefield to witness and observe this peak battle to provide the basis for the next step of decision-making. We're here. In the cabin, Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. A sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The helicopter was very fast. 2 hours later, at 10:00 in the morning, Mount Fuji was in sight. Mount Fuji was 3,775 meters above sea level. It was the highest peak in Japan and was regarded as the sacred mountain by the Japanese people. It was known as the symbol of Japan and enjoyed a great reputation around the world. It was an active cone-shaped volcano that was in a dormant state. There were 8 peaks around the saw-toothed crater, known as the 8 Fuji Peaks. They were covered in snow all year round. The tallest one was called the Sword Peak and was the most dangerous. Today, Jiang Tian would fight the old sword god of Japan, Miyamoto Geniki. Jiang Tian's old and new hatred surged in his heart. His fighting spirit rose steadily like a surging tide. Chapter 438. The 5 lakes of Fuji are located at the northern foot of Mount Fuji. From east to west, they are Yamanaka Lake, Estuary Lake, West Lake, Seijan Lake, and Honki Lake. There are many sports facilities around the lake, such as tennis, water skiing, fishing, camping, boating, and more. The ninja village at the southeast of the lake has 8 ponds, including Yongqi Lake and Jingqi Lake. They are known as the 8 Seas of Ninja, and they are connected to Yamanaka Lake. Estuary Lake is the earliest developed among the 5 lakes, and it has become the tourist center of the 5 lakes. Currently, many powerful martial artists have gathered in this area to watch the match. These are the weaker martial artists in the world. Grandmasters are allowed to climb the mountain to watch the match. The police have set up barricades at the entrance of the mountain, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter. What's going on? Why aren't they letting people in? In the crowd outside the cordon, Yuan Ning was wearing a short white windbreaker and skinny jeans, which made her beautiful legs look even more slender. Chen Jiafu hugged Yuan Ning's shoulder and smiled. Due to the weather, Mount Fuji is only allowed to climb the mountain during the summer. It's usually from July 1st to August 26th. It's November now, and it's time to close the mountain. After returning from South Korea, both of them have been in a relationship. They have even met each other's parents and are planning to get married. I know that, but I saw some people being allowed to enter the mountain. Yuan Ning grumbled. After acquiring Star Moon Group's 3C business in South Korea, Giant Egg Network's sales had skyrocketed. Sun Jingyi from SoftBank Group invited Chen Jiafu and Yuan Ning to Japan to discuss their next expansion plan. During the meeting, Sun Jingyi invited them to tour Mount Fuji. Yuan Ning had a good time playing tennis, fishing, and camping. But it's a pity that she didn't get to climb Mount Fuji. Sun Jingyi walked over and smiled. Ms. Yuan, don't be surprised. Those who can climb the mountain are not ordinary people. They are cultivators. People like kendo masters, ninjas, and onmyojis in Japan. Although Sun Jingyi's surname is Sun, he is a Japanese descendant of South Korea. He was educated in Japan and the United States, and he has nothing to do with Wuxia. Cultivators. Why would they come here? Yuan Ning's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Sun Jingyi smiled proudly and said, not to mention you, even I don't have the qualifications to watch from a close distance. Being able to reach this area was already the result of spending a lot of money. I'm an outer member of the Cherry Blossom Society. What? Even you can't go in, why? Yuan Ning and Chen Jiafu were shocked and couldn't believe it. He was the world's leading investor in the technology field. His SoftBank Group had been listed in 1994 and owned more than 100 companies in Japan, as well as important joint ventures or sole proprietorships throughout the United States and Europe. His business relationships, venture capital, strategic alliances, and other assets under his jurisdiction totaled $20 billion. He was one of the top 20 major companies in Japan. Even in Japan, he was famous for his power. Sun Jingyi was able to chat with the members of Congress, but there was actually a place in Japan that Sun Jingyi could not go to. I heard that an expert from Wuxia's martial arts world is having a duel with an expert from Japan. This is also one of the reasons why I brought you to Mount Fuji. There was a flash of sadness in Sun Jingyi's eyes as he smiled and said. SoftBank was still a far cry from the old tycoons like Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Mitsubishi. In Japan's upper-class society, he was relatively inexperienced and belonged to the nouveau riche. He had not entered the core level, so he only knew a little about this news. He was not qualified to enter the core area. What? The expert from Wuxia's martial arts world can't be Jiang Tian. Chen Jiafu and Yuan Ning were shocked, but they did not dare to ask. Because Jiang Tian had said that the two of them were not allowed to reveal any information about him to anyone. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. From the direction of the mountain, a super-luxurious motorcade slowly drove along the mountain road with an arrogant aura. In the middle of the motorcade, there were 7 or 8 Lincoln and Bentley limousines. The Maybach Pullman limousines were all priced at tens of millions of Wuxia dollars. In addition, there were BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, Cadillac. There were more than 100 of them, enough to support a large-scale luxury car show. The first few Lexus stopped within the cordon, then the doors opened together. A group of muscular men in black suits, black trousers, sunglasses, and black trench coats appeared one after another. They ran to both sides of the road and formed two human walls, standing straight and vigilant. Seeing this, Sun Jingyi and the other Japanese retreated to the side of the road like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Who are those people in the car? Such a big lineup. If I didn't know, I would have thought that the Prime Minister was on a tour. Yuan Ning and Qin Jiafu were shocked. You too, be careful with your words. If they hear you, it will cause a lot of trouble. Sun Jingyi's face turned serious as he reminded them. What's so great about them? Yuan Ning mumbled resentfully. Her father was originally an executive of one of the 4 major banks in a certain country. He was also the son of a powerful family in Yanjin. The key was that she and Qin Jiafu had established a relationship with Jiang Tian, which gave them more confidence. Miss Yuan, this is the biggest society in Japan, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Sun Jingyi said with a serious face and a hint of arrogance in his voice. In his opinion, Huaxia's economic and technological development was too backward and he didn't think much of it. If he didn't covet Yuan Ning and wanted to dilute and seize Qin Jiafu's shares, he wouldn't have invited them over and brought them around to broaden their horizons. TSK, so it's the Yamaguchi-gumi. Yuan Ning stuck out her tongue. Qin Jiafu's face also changed color. The Yamaguchi-gumi was the biggest society in Japan with tens of thousands of members and branches all over the major cities in Japan. The leader was able to talk to tycoons and members of parliament. This kind of strength, this kind of influence, this kind of behemoth is definitely not comparable to any society in Huaxia. What are they doing here? Qin Jiafu frowned and asked. Before Sun Jingyi could answer, the doors of a few limousines opened. Sun Jingyi became even more excited and shocked. The president of Mitsui Financial Group, Mitsui Takori, the vice president of Matsushita Financial Group, the vice president of Mitsubishi, the curator of Jingshin Kendo, a member of parliament, the director of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He spat out one name after another that resounded like thunder in Japan. After these people got out of the limousines, they lined up in 2 rows and stood obediently by the roadside as if they were subordinates receiving an inspection from their superior. Sun Jingyi was the one who knew the inside story. Most of the tourists who came by chance were dumbfounded and discussed among themselves. Who's coming? Who are they welcoming? Is it the Deputy Prime Minister? Someone asked in surprise. Are you blind? Even the Deputy Prime Minister Fuji Sai is in the welcoming team. Another person rolled his eyes and said. If you ask me, they must be welcoming the head of a country, and the head of a major country. Someone interrupted. At that moment, an old-fashioned Hongqi limousine with an arrogant aura sped toward them. It didn't show any signs of stopping even though it was about to reach the warning line. Hongqi limousine. Huaxia people. Are they welcoming Jiang? Huaxia people. Yuan Ning said in shock. Sun Jingyi smiled disdainfully and said, how is that possible? It should be a Japanese powerhouse. They and that Huaxia powerhouse are mortal enemies. Why would they welcome him? But this car belongs to Huaxia. Yuan Ning grumbled in a low voice, unwilling to give in. Why is that car driving so recklessly? Won't it be killed by the Yamaguchi-gumi? A Japanese exclaimed. They must have a death wish. The Deputy Prime Minister and the VIPs of Mitsui Financial Group are all here. How dare they be so arrogant? Someone gloated. Sun Jingyi also shook his head in disdain. Screech. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground was suddenly heard. The door of the Hongqi limousine opened. Everyone saw a young man in white stride out, surrounded by 4 people, and swaggered up the mountain. Does he really have a death wish? Just as everyone was in a state of shock and uncertainty, Jiang Tian had already spread out his divine sense and spotted Qin Jiafu and Yuan Ning. Seeing this, he leisurely turned around and walked over. It's Mr. Jiang. Yuan Ning pulled the stunned Qin Jiafu aside and whispered. It's really him. Why is he fighting with the Japanese? Qin Jiafu was dumbfounded. Jiang Tian was too powerful. He was still in South Korea 2 months ago, and now he's in Japan. Jiang Tian had already transformed into the divine gunmetal body. Both of them had met before, and they recognized him immediately. Jiang Tian walked up to Qin Jiafu and Yuan Ning and said with a smile, Brother Fu, Ms. Yuan, do you want to join us? Mr. Sun Jingyi from SoftBank invited us here. He's the venture capital investor of Giant Egg Network. Noticing that many Japanese were looking at him, Yuan Ning was so excited that his face turned red, and he felt a sense of pride in his heart. This is Master Kong. Qin Jiafu was so excited that he was at a loss for words. Mr. Jiang, you must be careful. Don't worry. Jiang Tian had a good impression of both of them. He patted Qin Jiafu's shoulder and smiled at Sun Jingyi. Are you Sun Jingyi? That's me. Sun Jingyi was nervous. He suddenly felt a powerful aura. He had never felt this kind of aura even when he was facing Mitsui Takari. Don't covet Qin Jiafu's shares, and don't sign the VAM agreement. Jiang Tian's voice was heard. Sun Jingyi was shocked. In fact, he had invited both of them to sign the VAM agreement to compete for his shares. Of course, he was also coveting Yuan Ning's beauty. But how did they know about this plan? Or I'll kill you. Jiang Tian said in fluent Japanese. What? What did you say? Sun Jingyi was infuriated by Jiang Tian's disdainful look. Jiang Tian was like a god looking down on an ant. He could not stand it. His shock turned into anger. How many people in Japan dared to talk to him like that? Your Excellency, do you know that I can charge you with the crime of personal threat and imprison you for life just because of what you just said? Sun Jingyi's face was red with anger. He then scolded arrogantly. Who are you? How dare a penniless Wuxia kid threaten me? Do you know that I'm a member of the Sakura Society? I'm on good terms with Yamaguchi-gumi's Mrs. Ishii. The threat in his words was even more obvious. He meant that he would ask Yamaguchi-gumi to kill him. Is that so? Jiang Tian looked at him with a half-smile, as if he was not afraid of Sun Jingyi's threat at all. Just when Sun Jingyi was about to explode again. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Under Ishii Yurin's lead, Mitsui Takari and many other Japanese tycoons and politicians walked to the man and bowed deeply. Greetings, Master Kong Taechu. Chapter 439. This scene stunned everyone. For a moment, the crowd within a few hundred meters fell silent. One could even hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stood there like clay sculptures, unable to believe it. Such a grand lineup, all of them big shots in the political and business world, actually bowed to such a young man. Who is he? Why is his status so high? Why are all these Japanese giants bowing to him? Is he the illegitimate son of the Prime Minister? Or is he an unknown prince of the royal family? No. But he's Huaxia's surname. Maybe he's the son of one of the most powerful families in Huaxia. That's impossible. After all, he's too young. Even if he's the son of a powerful family, it's impossible for him to be in power. The surrounding tourists were dumbfounded. After a full 10 seconds, there was a soft discussion and exclamation. Master Kong, please forgive us for offending you earlier. Many leaders of the tycoons and political circles bowed in fear. More than 200 people had been killed in the Sakura Society's headquarters, revealing the power of Jiang Tian's blooming heart and the flying sword. Master Kong could kill people from hundreds of miles away. This was too terrifying. He was like a demon god. As members of the Japanese upper class, they had always supported the Sakura Society. Of course, they also hoped that the old god of swords would win and kill Kong Taechu. What if Kong Taechu won? Then, they had to express their goodwill in advance to avoid being cruelly purged by Jiang Tian. Do you guys want to go watch the show? Jiang Tian ignored this and looked at Qin Jiafu and Yuan Ning with a smile. Can we? Qin Jiafu was a little embarrassed, but Yuan Ning was jumping with excitement. Yes. Master Kong, bring us up. Jiang Tian turned to Ishii Yurin and said, Ishii, let them up. With that, he turned and left. Master Kong, the old god of swords has been waiting for you on the sword peak for a long time. Please go up the mountain. Seeing Jiang Tian talking to the two Chinese, Sasaki Haisha was extremely upset. He was urging Jiang Tian to go up the mountain with a cold face. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Tian walk away and walk up the mountain lazily. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at the Japanese. It was as if the many Japanese tycoons who bowed to him were like a cloud of dirty air, not worth mentioning. Arrogant, too arrogant. For a time, Sasaki Haisha was so angry that he wanted to cut Jiang Tian into pieces to vent his anger. Is he the Wuxia expert who came to fight? Sun Jingyi was shocked, cold sweat trickling down his back. How can he be so young? You must be lying. He is Wuxia's #1 martial artist, Kong Taechu. He once killed many Japanese experts on Lord Tan's side. With one step, he rose hundreds of meters into the air. With one stomp, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. He crushed a shikigami into pieces. Yuan Ning said proudly. Yeah, he's my friend. We drank together. Qin Jiafu also showed off proudly. Sun Jingyi was also an extreme right-winger. He had always looked down on Wuxia people. He was also an investor of the giant egg network. In front of Qin Jiafu and Yuan Ning, he had always put on a high and mighty attitude. Hearing this, he felt very uncomfortable. When he saw that Jiang Tian had walked far away, he immediately smiled disdainfully and said, You guys are bragging too much. I've heard of martial arts experts. I believe you when you say that you can shatter rocks with one punch and one kick. But what about rising hundreds of meters into the air and cracking the earth with one stomp? How can Wuxia's martial arts be so powerful? When Qin Jiafu heard this, he immediately became anxious. If you don't believe me, wait and see. Why would I lie to you? He pulled Sun Jingyi along. Jiang Tian walked toward the mountain. Every step he took covered a distance of dozens of meters. In the end, he walked faster and faster. Like a whistling arrow, he shot toward the top of the mountain. How can this person walk so fast? It's as if he's flying. Many people were stunned and couldn't believe it. He is the #1 grandmaster of martial arts in Wuxia. He wants to challenge the first origin of the Sword God Palace in Japan. Someone explained. What? The first origin of the Sword God Palace? Is he still alive? He hasn't appeared in public for decades. Yeah, I think it was the last time he appeared at the Emperor's Ascension ceremony in the 1980s. Is this Wuxia person very powerful? How dare he challenge the Sword God of Japan? He is a godlike existence. At the foot of the mountain, many grandmasters and tourists exclaimed. They looked excited and whispered to each other. They were talking about it with their binoculars. Jiang Tian walked faster and faster. In the end, he stepped on a cloud with his hands behind his back and flew toward the crater at the top of the mountain. Oh my god! That Wuxia person can fly. Is he also an immortal? That's amazing. He's so cool. Many tourists exclaimed as they looked through their binoculars. At this time, Jiang Tian was already a few thousand meters away from them. Ordinary people could never see him without binoculars. He's so cool. I love him. Kong Taichu is even more handsome than my Prince Charming Appa. On the mountain path, Yuan Ning walked quickly. She was afraid that she would lose Chen Fan. Her eyes were full of stars. She clenched her fists and stomped her feet excitedly. Look at you, you're so smitten. Chen Jiafu didn't take it to heart. He just looked at her and smiled dotingly. Jiang Tian was too far away from them. Yuan Ning only worshipped Jiang Tian. It was like how a believer worshipped a god, or how a fan worshipped an idol. There were no romantic feelings involved. Did I just offend such a grandmaster? On the other side, Sun Jingyi was extremely uneasy. His face was pale and his body trembled violently. He put his palms together and prayed sincerely, he must be killed by the god of swords. He must be killed by the god of swords. Jiang Tian climbed to the top of Mount Fuji. Yi Zhantian and Dugu Xiao followed closely behind. This place was covered with snow and ice and jagged rocks of strange shapes. Around the jagged crater, there was the highest peak, the Sword Peak, and 7 other peaks. They were called the 8 peaks of Mount Fuji. Jiang Tian immediately saw many grandmasters gathered in Huaxia. Under the leadership of Zhao Xueqing, most of the people of the Heavenly Alliance were here. Congratulations to Master Kong for killing the God of Swords and bringing glory to our country. Hu Qingtian, Wei Feilong, Zhao Yuankuan and the others all kowtowed with reverence and excitement. Get up. You've worked hard in Huaxia. Jiang Tian nodded to show his respect. He was very pleased with the performance of these loyal subordinates today. Not only were the martial artists of the secular world here, but also some people from the sections. Even Zhua Zimu of Shenong School was here. Grandmaster Jiang, here is an elixir that has been passed down from the ancestors of the Shenong faction. It is used for healing. Please take it with you. Zhua Zimu stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Tian with cupped fists. Then he handed a bottle to Jiang Tian. Okay. Brother Zhua, thank you. Jiang Tian nodded to show his gratitude. Master. Why are you here? When Dugu Xiao saw an old man, he hurriedly ran over and pulled his hand with a smile. This is Taoist Dugu Qingmu of Langyi Academy. Many people from the semi-hidden sects are also here. Zhua Zimu introduced with a shocked expression. This battle had affected so many people that even some of the semi-hidden sects were here. This was very unusual and shocking. One should know that the sects, whether they were fully or partially hidden, did not care about worldly affairs. But this time, they were also paying close attention to this matter. Many experts from the sects also bowed their heads and saluted Jiang Tian as a sign of respect. One should know that the Cherry Blossom Society had fought with the sects and killed many of their people. Jiang Tian's battle had also affected their nerves. In the crowd, after Chao Jianjia greeted Yi Zhantian, she waved her fist at Jiang Tian and cheered him on. At the Martial Arts Alliance conference, Jiang Tian had grabbed her by the throat and almost killed her. At Jiang Tian's birthday banquet, she was forced by Elder Chao to kowtow to Jiang Tian and apologize. For a long time, she was very unhappy with Jiang Tian. But now, Jiang Tian was challenging the Japanese sword god on behalf of Huaxia. In the face of this national enmity, she put aside her personal grudge with Jiang Tian. Come on, Master Kong. Master, you must be careful. Under the leadership of Li Jinju and the Singaporean Chinese Society under the leadership of Master Hong Chan, they all came to cheer for Jiang Tian. In addition, Jiang Tian also saw many experts from different parts of the world with different skin colors and temperaments. He glanced over and was suddenly stunned. He saw a bald old man in a black suit sitting in a wheelchair. His face was calm, and his blue eyes were as deep as the sea, shining with wisdom, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Behind him were several Westerners in black, and each of them had an unusually powerful aura, comparable to that of a grandmaster. His mental power is very strong. Jiang Tian was slightly moved. This person's mental power was like the mountains and the sea, covering the entire Mount Fuji and spreading dozens of kilometers away. This is the professor of the American Blue Storm, an X-level arcanist. He is very powerful and can be called a trump card. Yi Zhantian walked to Jiang Tian and whispered in his ear. Mr. Jiang, no matter who wins or loses this battle, it will be recorded in the history books. The professor smiled and nodded at Jiang Tian. Behind him, many arcanists and genetically modified warriors bowed deeply to Jiang Tian as a sign of respect. They had no conflict with the Sakura Society and Jiang Tian at the moment and maintained a neutral attitude. However, they could not ignore an expert like Jiang Tian. Today's battle was a rare opportunity for them to observe the strength of Wuxia and Japanese martial arts. Jiang Tian returned the bow with a fist salute. It was not until then that Sasaki and the others arrived, panting. They were helpless. Jiang Tian's movements were too fast, and they could not catch up with him. Zhao Xueqing walked over with light steps and held Jiang Tian's hand. She smiled and said, "Honey, I believe in you. You are the strongest. If you can't win, then you go." Jiang Tian smiled. He could feel that Qing'er's palm was full of cold sweat. Obviously, she was not as calm as she looked. Cheeky. Zhao Xueqing smiled faintly. Her clear little face was as white as snow, causing the world to lose its color. What's the big deal? Husband and wife are of one mind, their sharpness can cut through gold. Sasaki was annoyed. Just as he was about to remind Jiang Tian that the god of swords was waiting for him at the top of the sword peak, suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the sword peak, which was hundreds of meters high. It was like a huge wave that came crashing down. "Kong Te-chu, I have been waiting for you for too long." This low shout contained a pure and powerful aura. It was like the Milky Way falling from the sky, causing the rocks to roll and snow to fly. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 440. What a powerful energy! All the overlords felt their hearts skip a beat. Their pupils constricted as they turned around to look at the sword peak. They knew that Genichi Miyamoto was about to make a move. Wenjun's head weighs 7 kilograms. "I need a urinal, so I'm here to chop off your head." Jiang Tian sneered. Then, a powerful sound wave swept out. "I'm not in a hurry, but you are. You deserve to die." Amidst the loud rumbling, the two surging and vast sound waves met in the air. Bang! Boom! The airflow exploded, and white air ripples spread out dozens of meters, like a nuclear explosion. The entire peak of Mount Fuji shook violently, as if raging waves were beating the shore. Rocks flew into the air, rolling up thousands of piles of snow. Many experts were even more shocked as they looked at Jiang Tian in shock. Genichi Miyamoto's sound wave was shocking enough. It had the power to destroy everything in its path. However, Jiang Tian's sound waves were not inferior at all. They were even a little bit stronger than his opponents. "Get out of here." They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire, so they retreated a few hundred meters away and looked up. The battle between the top overlords spread far and wide and had the power to destroy the world. "Kong Te-chu, you are really arrogant." Miyamoto Genichi finally appeared on the sword peak. He was so old that he was barely recognizable. Trembling, he held a sword. However, no one dared to underestimate him. It was because his body was emitting a monstrous aura that revealed its sharpness like an unsheathed treasured sword. What a powerful soul energy! Is this the power of an immortal state warrior? How terrifying! When ordinary experts saw his figure, they would be terrified and find it difficult to breathe. They would feel an incomparably powerful pressure. Even Yi Zhantian and the professor, the world's top overlords, were slightly shaken. Genichi Miyamoto stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down at Jiang Tian. Your sound waves and soul energy are the most powerful I have ever seen. They are even more powerful than Yi Tianren. Besides, you are so young. You are a once-in-a-century cultivation genius. His eyes suddenly turned cold and he sneered. But you shouldn't have offended the Sakura Society. How dare you trample on the Hirano Shrine and kill the 6 Shikigami of Momoi Rutaru and Abe Yoshida. You are courting death. In my eyes, they're just chickens and dogs. If I kill them, then so be it. They deserve to die. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, all these years, the Cherry Blossom Society has been committing crimes in China. How many people have they killed? Those who kill must be killed. Deserve to die. Genichi Miyamoto, and then his face suddenly turned cold. In my eyes, you deserve to die. Today, I will show you the power of Japanese Kendo. Japanese Kendo is trash. Do you think you're worthy of using a sword in front of me? What a joke. Jiang Tian said disdainfully. Very well, let's fight. Genichi Miyamoto's old face was filled with anger. He tapped the ground with one leg and jumped up like a wild crane. Ninth heaven slash. A cold light flashed. Muramasa suddenly pulled out the demon blade in his hand and slashed at Jiang Tian. The sword slashed down. The world was filled with killing intent. The void trembled as if everything had disappeared. There was only a sword, biting cold and murderous. More than 2,000 meters in the air, the mist within a 1-kilometer radius was rolling. Streams of visible yuan qi turned into tentacle-like airflow and poured into the sword qi, making the sword qi even more resplendent and dignified. Controlling essence qi. A real immortal state warrior. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed and they were extremely shocked. A dazzling sword ray that was 50 to 60 feet long descended from the sky like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens. The sword aura was like a hurricane dragon with extraordinary power. It pressed down on Jiang Tian like a 10,000-ton boulder, carrying with it an aura that could destroy the world. It smashed down on Jiang Tian. Once you enter the immortal state, you will gain divine powers. My words are the law, and my mouth spits out the truth. He can easily communicate with the essence qi of the 9th heaven. How terrifying! Seeing this, many overlords were shocked. This was not the power of a human being, but of a god. This old bastard is really cunning. Even Yi Zhantian looked serious. If he were to face this attack, he would have a hard time dealing with it. 9th heaven slash. The old sword god has mastered the 9th heaven slash of the ancient sword art. The Japanese overlords exclaimed with admiration in their eyes. This is terrifying. TSK, you only managed to absorb the origin energy within a radius of 1 li, and you have the nerve to call it the 9 heavens force. Jiang Tian laughed disdainfully and waved his sleeves. Boom! Rays of golden 7th metal true essence surged out from Jiang Tian's sleeve. This golden aura was like raging waves crashing against the shore, and the waves were like a flying boat. It soared up hundreds of meters and met the 9 heavens slash sword qi head-on. Bang! The golden quintessence and the resplendent sword light clashed in the air, giving off a thunderous sound. In a blink, the ice cracked and the earth cracked. Cracks appeared on the mountain peak and extended for 8 meters. It was a terrifying sight. The boulders that were sucked in were also forcefully crushed and torn apart. Boulders that weighed a few hundred kilograms shot out and rolled down the mountain, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The power of the attack was terrifying. Everyone who watched the battle felt a chill run down their spines. Both of them were too powerful. Even a small army would not be afraid of them. It's still Jiang Taichu who's better in this strike. The professor tapped his fingers on the armrest of his wheelchair and heaved a sigh. Hua Xia has produced a dragon. Most of the Grand Masters and half-immortal state warriors didn't understand why the professor had made such a comment. Miyamoto Yamamoto's ninth heaven slash was a combination of Japanese yin-yang art and sword Dao. The essence chi of heaven and earth was used as the basis for the ninth heaven slash. In the final analysis, the essence chi of heaven and earth was manipulated by external forces. As for Jiang Tian, he relied on his own aura and didn't rely on any external objects. Yet, he was able to take on the opponent's sword head-on. It's no wonder that he was able to kill Apollo just by relying on pure strength and aura. In the crowd, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a shocked expression. She was Artemis, one of the 12 gods of the Hall of Gods. She didn't have Zeus's permission to watch the battle and she didn't hide her identity. As the lover of Apollo, she had always wanted to kill Kong Tae-chu to avenge him. However, she didn't have that confidence anymore. Kong Tae-chu was powerful enough to kill a god. Her determination to take revenge was extinguished in a blink. Too powerful. Too powerful. His body is already so powerful. Does this mean that Kong Tae-chu can defeat Miyamoto? An old priest from a mysterious tribe in South America exclaimed with a shocked face. Not necessarily. Sasaki Haisha said proudly. The old sword god of Japan has only shown 1/10,000th of his power. She looked at Genichi Miyamoto with reverence as he landed on the ground. Everyone was startled and quickly fixed their eyes on Genichi Miyamoto. He wasn't discouraged at all and attacked again. Kong Tae-chu, you are indeed powerful. But I've been sitting here and cultivating for decades. I've reached the phenomenal success stage of the immortal state, and my sword can be called a god. You are no match for me. Although I haven't reached the legendary level where my words become law, I have stepped into the realm where I am one with my sword and I become one with my sword. My sword can change the laws. The sword is me and I am the sword. The sword is God and I am God. I am the only true God in the field of Kendo. I am the sword god. Genichi Miyamoto shouted. He flicked the demon blade Muramasa in his hand and performed a series of dazzling moves. This series of movements contained extreme rhythmic beauty. It was as if an ancient sword immortal had descended to the mortal world to perform a sword art. In the flickering sword aura of the Muramasa, the entire peak of Mount Fuji trembled uneasily. The boulders on the peak bounced and the snow flew. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over and an earthquake had struck. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Or a volcanic eruption? An earthquake is possible, but Mount Fuji has been dormant for many years. How is it possible? Even the tourists at the foot of the mountain could feel the tremor. They were so scared that their faces turned ashen. There were many earthquakes in Japan. They all thought that there was an earthquake. All of them panicked and screamed. Don't panic. An overlord is performing a spell to absorb the chi of the earth vein. An overlord realized and was shocked. On the top of the mountain, clouds of yellow earth chi turned into yellow light visible to the naked eye and condensed toward the Muramasa's demon blade. It gradually condensed into a 20-meter-long yellow blade. I heard that Genichi Miyamoto lived in seclusion in the suburbs of Tokyo and sold wine. It turned out that it was just a cover. He must have secretly cultivated in the Sengen shrine of Mount Fuji and has integrated his spiritual power with the earth chi of Mount Fuji. Artemis's face changed continuously. Suddenly, she was shocked and realized. A gloating smile appeared on her bright red lips. This time Kong Te-Chu is finished. The professor also thought of this and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Genichi Miyamoto has the home advantage. This time Kong Te-Chu is in danger. If it was a fair fight, Kong Te-Chu may win, but now. Just now, you broke my ninth heaven slash. Then, try my earth slash. As soon as Miyamoto-bun opened his mouth and roared, he seemed to struggle a little as he raised the demon blade Muramasa high up in the air and slashed down. After being compressed and condensed to the extreme, these earth chi blades turned into a mass of chaotic color, just like the beginning of Hongmeng. These air masses condensed the earth chi within a few miles of Mount Fuji. It was more than 10 times more powerful than the ninth heaven slash. Once it exploded, even the mountain peak would be razed to the ground. Boom! Amidst the loud sound, the great earth chop pressed towards Jiang Tianheng. It gave off a heavy and sharp feeling. It is said that before the birth of nuclear weapons, there was an immortal state warrior who shook the army and took control of the regime of a small country. Today, I see that it is true. The professor's face was solemn and his eyes were shocked. In front of this surging and vast force of nature, tanks, artillery, and fighter planes were vulnerable and could be easily flattened and smashed into scrap iron. Chapter 441. Sect Lord, watch out! Hua Qingtian, Wei Feilong, Zhao Yuankuan, and other Hua Xia overlords exclaimed. Brother Chen. Gudu Zhao's face paled. His master had told him that Chen Fan had reached the half-step immortal state. He had even thought of challenging Genichi Miyamoto to avenge his family. But now that he saw Miyamoto Genichi's powerful force, he realized that the gap between them was too big. He couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Tian. Can Kong Te-Chu handle it? Chao Jianjia's breathing became labored. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost cut through her palms. Master Akaji and Li Jinju's faces paled. If we were in Kong Te-Chu's shoes, we would have a hard time dealing with it. Even Yi Zhantian, Taoist Master Qing Mu, and other top overlords were worried about Jiang Tian. Very good. I didn't expect you to be able to control the essence qi so well. You can even combine it with your kendo dao. However, Jiang Tian was not flustered at all. Instead, he praised Genichi Miyamoto with excitement in his eyes. He was overjoyed. This old monster, Miyamoto Genichi, was really strong. He was even comparable to some cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining. In terms of Dharma spells, soul energy, and essence qi, Genichi Miyamoto was the most powerful cultivator he had ever met. Wei Shuofeng of the Lingnan province used the earthen jar to control the earth qi. Yet, he was so tired that he coughed up blood. Unlike Genichi Miyamoto was able to control the earth qi with ease. Even Wang Chongyan and the other Dharma spell masters were too far away from Genichi Miyamoto. In terms of kendo dao and martial arts, Genichi Miyamoto had reached the pinnacle. His sword will, sword force, sword qi, and sword aura were all in harmony. It was far more powerful than Lin Zhenyu, Wang Chongyan, and Xiao Bin. However, Jiang Tian smirked. But you don't deserve to be called the sword god. You don't deserve to use a sword in front of me. Before he finished his words, he flicked his finger. Clang! Xiao Hei's flying sword gushed out from the storage ring, emitting a draconic roar. With a burst of cheers and praises, it turned into a black bolt of lightning, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, and slashed towards the sword qi of earth. The great earth slash continued to absorb the aura of Mount Fuji's earth vein. It grew bigger with the wind and turned into a sword light that was dozens of meters long. On the other hand, Jiang Tian's flying sword did not expand. It was still in its original form, about 3 feet long. The black light was probably just an afterimage. He doesn't have sword chi. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Tian was at a disadvantage this time, a shocking scene occurred. Whoosh! Xiao Hei's flying sword tore through the air with an ear-piercing sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the great earth slash. The power of Xiao Hei's flying sword was unimaginable. It originally belonged to the heavenly court. It was made of the immortal tier black gold and used by the sword immortal. After being refined by Jiang Tian several times and constantly added with the natural treasures collected from all over the world, its lethality was even far greater than that of its peak. Everyone only saw a flash of black light. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it cut the condensed sword light of the great earth slash into two. Then, the chaotic and tumbling energy exploded uncontrollably. Rumble. It sounded as if hundreds of thousands of millstones were grinding at the same time. The circular crater of Mount Fuji was like a heavy cannonball being thrown down. The snow, ice, and volcanic rocks collapsed in an instant. The area within a radius of a few miles shook violently. The explosion covered an area of hundreds of meters. The surging chaotic airwaves even submerged the highest peak, the Sword Peak. The 8 undulating peaks around the crater were all shrouded. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone saw a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters and a depth of more than 3 or 4 meters between Jiang Tian and Miyamoto Genichi. The power of this blow is comparable to several tons of explosives, isn't it? Countless people were frightened and their faces were full of shock. The power of the collision between Jiang Tian and Miyamoto Genichi was still far from the power of weapons of mass destruction such as intercontinental missiles and nuclear weapons. But their strength was already terrifying enough. It was enough to turn a giant ship into scrap iron and even surpass conventional missiles. The martial arts of the East are really terrifying. The professor's face was extremely solemn. He estimated the lethality of this blow and the way to deal with it. An immortal state master was like a walking superweapon. He could destroy a high-rise building with a snap of his fingers and was extremely dangerous. Moreover, if he entered the downtown area, he would be even more terrifying. It would be difficult to fire hot weapons. It seemed that the development of small precision lethal weapons and mechanical exoskeletons for individual soldiers must be accelerated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress an immortal state master. Thump. Thump. Miyamoto Genichi stepped back a few steps and stared at the little black flying sword floating in front of Jiang Tian in disbelief. He said in shock, "What kind of sword is this? How can it destroy my great earth slash? Is this the sword you used to kill hundreds of miles away in the Sakura building?" Flying sword. A trace of pride flashed across Jiang Tian's face. Flying sword. The legendary flying sword. Miyamoto Genichi's face became serious for the first time. He said in a deep voice, "Are you the reincarnation of a sword immortal?" He carefully sized up Jiang Tian, and his eyes flashed. He seemed to have understood something and said in a deep voice, "That's right, I've been studying your information for the past 3 days. The more I study you, the more I feel that you're definitely not someone who obtained a mysterious ancient treasure or inheritance, or had an amazing fortuitous encounter, or was enlightened by an immortal. There may be a shortcut to strength, but there is no shortcut to the state of mind." He seemed to have seen through the truth about Jiang Tian. He said with certainty, "Since your debut, you have shown me the courage, breadth of mind, and structure that you have shown. I feel that I am facing an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. So, you must be the reincarnation of a sword immortal." Reincarnation of a sword immortal? Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully and said, "For me, a sword immortal is nothing. Do you know that even the 9 million sword immortals in the sky have to bow down to me? The demonic dragon roar transformed into rolling sound waves that swept out. It shook everyone's hearts, and everyone who heard it was emotionally moved. Even the 9 million sword immortals in the sky have to bow down to me. What kind of monstrous domineering aura was this? What kind of aura was this? What kind of suppression was this? It seemed that no one in the world could stop his rise. It seemed that he was the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, overlooking all the heroes. Then what are you? Are you the reincarnation of a god? Miyamoto Genichi was also shocked. Old man, you talk too much. Let's fight. Jiang Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He grabbed the sword hilt with his left hand and flicked the blade with his right hand. The sword hummed like a dragon, and his movements were as graceful as playing a zither. However, the surging fighting spirit was rising steadily, sweeping across the audience like a hurricane and tsunami. Take my sword. The next moment, Xiao Hei's flying sword suddenly broke through the air. The sound of the sonic boom shook people's eardrums, like the howling of thousands of ghosts. It was incomparably mournful, like the moment when a supersonic fighter broke through the sound barrier. Xiao Hei's flying sword pulled out a white turbulence in the air and shot toward Miyamoto Genichi like a cruise missile. Wherever Xiao Hei's flying sword passed, surging waves of air would sweep out in all directions. The solid ice would shatter, the ground would crack, and huge rocks weighing several hundred kilograms would be shaken into the air before being torn into pieces by the turbulence and crushed into powder. Lin. Miyamoto Genichi's face became extremely dignified. He held the demon blade Muramasa in front of his chest with his left hand as steady as a mountain, and pulled out a dozen talisman magic weapons from his waist with his right hand and threw them out as if they were free. These talismans weren't ordinary goods like yellow paper and cinnabar, and they were instead made from jade, the skin and fur of ancient demon beasts, the scales of Wyrm serpents, the shell of a dark tortoise, or the blood of a dark tortoise, and they carried an aura of time. Every time a talisman was shot out, an invisible barrier would appear in the sky. It was like rippling water, and it looked very beautiful. However, these talismans were all condensed with the power of the world. Even a cannonball would not be able to damage them. Ancient Wudang, talisman of the 3 pure ones. Maoshan sect, talisman of the 5 pure ones. Dragon Tiger Mountain, talisman of thunder and lightning. Kameo clan, mountain turtle shell shield. Tibetan Tantric sect, protective purple gold alms bowl. In an instant, Miyamoto Genichi threw out a dozen talismans and talismans. Some of them came from Dongyang Yin-Yang master clans, but most of them were supreme treasures of the spell world of Huaxia. Many of Huaxia's cultivators saw this, and their eyes turned red. Grief and anger filled their chests as they sighed. Most of these talismans and talismans came from the spell world of Huaxia. They were the cornerstone treasures of various sects and clans, and were created by the mighty sages of the past. They were very powerful. It could be said that any one of them was enough to stun a group of people and make their hearts beat faster. Moreover, the crafting methods of many of these talismans and talismans had been lost. They were said to be supreme-grade talismans, and each one used meant one less talisman. Even the likes of Su Maozhai and the Celestial Master Clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain would not use them unless it was a matter of life and death. At that moment, Miyamoto Genichi used all of them in an instant just to block Jiang Tian's attack. He did not treat the talismans and talismans as treasures. Motherfucker. During World War II, Miyamoto Genichi led the Sakura Society to wreak havoc in Huaxia. They destroyed so many sects and took so many things from Huaxia. Some of the cultivators from Huaxia were so angry that they vomited blood. These belonged to the Maoshan sect. Some of the Maoshan sect's disciples were furious when they thought of the blood feud. Back then, the Japanese soldiers fired over a dozen cannons at the Maoshan sect. Several of the old immortals were killed by the cannons. It was only then that Miyamoto Genichi led the Sakura Society to loot and take all of the talismans away. Yang Guochang, who had met Jiang Tian once at the Crouching Dragon Villa, was even more furious. Master Kong, cut him into pieces and avenged the ancestors of the Maoshan sect. Is this a contest of talismans? Many of those talismans were looted from Huaxia. Many other cultivators from Huaxia were also filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions were very ugly. Every clan and sect had several of their predecessors killed by the Sakura Society. Every single one of them had been bullied and humiliated, and every single one of them held a grudge against the Sakura Society. This is going to be difficult. He should have many more talismans. Chapter 442. In terms of cultivation resources, the Cherry Blossom Society was on par with super-organizations like the Hall of Gods, the Dark Council and the Huaxiaolong Formation. After all, they had the support of the entire country and had a long history. They were also comparable to the large sects in Huaxia. The Chinese Society of Singapore and the Great Circle were too far behind. They didn't have enough resources. However, Miyamoto Genichi didn't feel the slightest pain after throwing out those top talismans and Dharma artifacts. He just looked serious and his body was tense. He held the blade with both hands and stared at the little black flying sword. Xiao Hei's flying sword pressed forward like a hurricane, finally chopping down on the first layer of qi cover. The Yi-Qi Sanqing talisman was said to have been made by Li Yufu, the sect master of the ancient Wudang sect. It was extremely powerful. Sect Master Li had once used this talisman to withstand the arrows of tens of thousands of Jin dynasty soldiers. Now, it wouldn't even be afraid of tanks. At this moment, the barrier created by this talisman rippled indeterminately, and it carried the natural aura of the beginning of the world. It was completely clear and hazy, and it seemed like the aura of the beginning of the world that Pangu pulled out when he split the heavens and the earth apart. Break! Jiang Tian shouted in a low voice. Boom! Crack! The Yi-Qi Sanqing talisman didn't even last for a second before it shattered like a piece of paper. Miyamoto Genichi was stunned and couldn't believe it. However, Jiang Tian's little black flying sword was an item of the heavenly court and had been refined by him with a secret art. It could destroy all living things. And this was Jiang Tian's attack with all his strength. Jiang Tian had cultivated the gunmetal divine body and reached the 5th level of qi refinement. He was as strong as a mountain and his sword was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. After absorbing the 6 spirits, his immortal will was also extremely powerful and his sword was mixed with talisman spells. Another thing was that the talisman was indeed powerful, but it had been too long and most of its Dharma power had dissipated. Miyamoto Genichi didn't know how to strengthen it, so it was easily broken by Jiang Tian's sword. The remaining talismans didn't last for more than a few seconds and were easily broken by the little black flying sword. It wasn't until the 8th talisman that Xiao Hei's flying sword became slightly sluggish, seemingly a little exhausted. Just as Miyamoto was about to relax, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Break again." The little black flying sword, which had been gradually slowing down, seemed to have suddenly been infused with energy. Its speed once again soared, breaking through a few more shields, and finally piercing towards the thunder and lightning repelling talisman. The Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain was known for its powerful lightning-type spells. This talisman was made from ancient thunder fall chalcedony. It was once refined by an old Celestial Master of the Ming Dynasty Celestial Master sect for 60 years. It contained the power of thunder. After it was released, a 7 to 8 meter wide protective shield covered Miyamoto like a ball of lightning. It was as thick as an arm and flashed with silver light. Blue lightning bolts danced around like silver snakes. You're courting death. What kind of divine weapon wouldn't be turned into scrap metal by the high temperature of lightning and lightning? Seeing this, Miyamoto Genichi laughed wildly. I didn't expect Huaxia's talisman to be so powerful. This lightning is almost the same as the one activated by Zeus, the leader of all living beings. Artemis was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Thunder shield. This is terrifying. Seeing this, many overlords were shocked. They thought that it would be difficult for Jiang Tian to break this shield. This lightning is no different from the lightning produced in nature. I'm afraid that our recently developed electromagnetic cannons are a bit inferior. This is terrifying. Even the professor's pupils suddenly contracted. His fingers clasped the armrest of the wheelchair tightly. He was full of disbelief. Idiot. Master Kong can even control the 5 Thunder Jade Talisman, not to mention that he is using a flying sword. Seeing this, Zuazimu took a few steps back and gloated. When Jiang Tian went to the Shenong school to exchange pointers, in a hurry, he used the 5 Thunder Jade Talisman made by the Celestial Master of the Celestial Master sect to kill Jiang Tian. But the result? Jiang Tian hugged the void with both hands, controlled the lightning, and blasted the statue of Shenong to pieces. Now that Jiang Tian had made several breakthroughs, his cultivation was even more powerful than before. How could the Thunder Jade Talisman resist Jiang Tian? Bang! Sure enough, the black light pierced the ball of lightning in an instant. It was as easy as a needle piercing a colorful soap bubble. The lightning lost the control of magical power and turned into a chaotic flow, hitting the ground and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Many of the experts present sucked in a breath of cold air. They were filled with disbelief. Jiang Tian's sword broke the ball of lightning. Was he still human? It was like an immortal spell or a divine spell. Kong Teichu's combat power is terrifying. Seeing this, Artemis was so shocked that she took a step back. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and her impression of Jiang Tian was renewed. At this moment, she realized that Zeus had repeatedly warned her not to provoke Jiang Taichu of Huaxia. He was really prescient. Such terrifying power would require at least 3 sovereigns to attack at the same time. Furthermore, they had to work together in perfect coordination. Only then would they be able to suppress it. If she were to fight alone, the difference would be too great. These talismans and artifacts were all made by the Celestial Master of the Tao body. Each shield is comparable to the full defense of an immortal state master, but Jiang Tian broke it. Is he really the reincarnation of a sword immortal? The professor's face was filled with shock, and his wise eyes shone brightly. He had always believed in science. After decades of research, he believed that the legendary gods didn't exist at all. They were only powerful mutants, divine masters, and talents. In Blue Storm's God-making project, they relied on technology to stimulate the human body's potential and created several level X mutants. Their divine powers and power were comparable to the gods in the myths. They were called the American gods. In his eyes, the idea of reincarnation was nonsense. But now, his deep-rooted belief was shaken for the first time. Everyone else's expression changed drastically. From the beginning until the end, Jiang Tian didn't use any secret techniques or profound techniques at all, and he only used a simple black-colored flying sword to successively break through the defenses of numerous talismans and magic tools with pure strength. This sort of situation was too rare, and it was too shocking. Block. When the purple gold alms bowl from Tantric Buddhism shattered, Miyamoto Genichi obviously knew that this was a matter of life and death. He took out a black turtle shell. The shell of the mountain turtle. The mountain turtle shell shield is a peerless treasure made by the Grand Onmyoji Onpei Saimai. The Onpei family has used it. Seeing this, many East Asians were shocked and exclaimed in unison. Seeing this, an old man from the Anpei family laughed proudly. That's right, this is my family's ancient treasure. But to be able to help the old god of swords kill Kong Teichu, it's worth it. Everyone was shocked. Even Yi Zhantian and other top-notch Huaxian cultivators were shaken. The mountain turtle. It's also known as the Dai mountain turtle. It's recorded in Lai Zi and Tang Wen. Legend has it that in the east of the Bohai Sea, there are 4 divine mountains, such as Yingzhou, that float with the tide. The celestial emperor is afraid that the current flows to the North Pole, causing the giant turtle 15 to raise its head and remain motionless. Yi Zhantian said with a serious face. It seemed that the 4 great islands of East Asia were all carried by this strange black turtle shell. This kind of legend was not credible. However, the monstrous power of the mountain-carrying turtle was evident. Its strength was infinite, indestructible, and unpredictable. Would Jiang Tian be able to break the Dharma artifact made from its shell? Jiang Taichu, even if a god descends, he can't break this mountain-carrying turtle's shell that has been refined by Anpei Qingming for her whole life. Let's see how many times you can use the flying sword. Miyamoto Geniki laughed maniacally as he summoned the mountain turtle shell. The turtle's shell trembled violently as cracks appeared on its surface. But then, rays of colorful light shot up into the sky and formed a giant vortex with a long tail. The vortex flew toward Xiao Hei's flying sword. Using a turtle shell as a Dharma artifact? What a joke! Are you a turtle or something? Jiang Tian said with disdain. The mountain turtle shell was a large demonic beast, but it had yet to become a demonic immortal. Even if it was alive, Jiang Tian could kill it with one strike, let alone a turtle shell. To Jiang Tian, it was just a matter of destroying it with one strike. What? Do you still have a trump card? Miyamoto Geniki couldn't believe it, and his face suddenly became stunned. Bah, you really think too highly of this turtle shell, how can it make me use my trump card? Jiang Tian laughed again and shouted in a low voice, break again. Boom! The black light on Xiao Hei's flying sword suddenly expanded and turned into a black rainbow with a golden edge, like a tornado, bombarded out. This time, Jiang Tian really exerted all his strength. Not only was his spiritual awareness driving the flying sword, but also integrated with the 7th metal true essence, and the attack power instantly increased by more than 10 times. Qi! Qi Qi! This was the sound of the 5-colored qi emitted by the mountain-carrying turtle shell being cut by the Genjin sword aura. As soon as the Genjin sword aura appeared, it was like a ferocious tiger seeing a flock of sheep. It instantly stirred up the 5-colored qi and rushed against the current, rushing in front of Miyamoto Geniki. What a powerful sword light! Miyamoto Geniki screamed in horror. This sword light was too sharp and too fast, like a hot knife through butter, it rushed to his chest in the blink of an eye. The sharp sword aura broke through the multicolored haze and stabbed the ancient mottled mountain-carrying turtle. At first, the latter shone brightly, and clouds gushed out, as if a scorching sun had risen out of nowhere. But in the next moment, it suddenly dimmed and shattered. So strong! Miyamoto Geniki threw away the turtle shell, while holding the Muramasa demon sword and continuously slashed horizontally and vertically, while rising into the air and retreating quickly. When there was a gap, he used his magic weapon, and his hands panicked and pulled the spiritual energy from the void to condense into a shield, trying to block Xiao Hei's flying sword. In the blink of an eye, he slashed 8 times in a row and pulled out more than a dozen yuan qi shields to block. Every time Xiao Hei's flying sword hit, he had to retreat dozens of meters. After a few rounds, he had retreated 400 meters away, at the edge of the crater. Great! From the beginning to the end, Miyamoto Geniki was suppressed by Master Kong, and several talismans and magic weapons were useless. It seems that this time, Miyamoto Geniki will lose. Seeing this, many Huaxia powerhouses, Li Jinju, Master Hongba, and others were excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their blood was boiling. Master Kong is mighty and domineering, the #1 martial artist in Huaxia, a powerhouse from a small country. How can an old man be his opponent? Many of them looked proud and deliberately shouted to let the Dongyang people hear, only to feel proud. There was a sense of pride and glory in the fox exploiting the tiger's might. Chapter 443. What a sharp sword aura! Miyamoto Geniki's forehead was sweating. His kendo suit had been cut several times by the sharp sword aura. There was a 3-centimeter-long wound under his ribs that was dripping with blood. He panted twice and his heart skipped a beat. It could be said that if he had made the slightest mistake just now, he might have been cut in half. However, he was still injured even though he had used all his strength. This was the result of using the demon blade Muramasa, which had the enhancement effect of sword chi, pulling out several shields of heaven and earth spiritual chi, and throwing out 3 kinds of protective magic treasures in succession. Jiang Tian's little black flying sword was too domineering and terrifying. Miyamoto Geniki, how much of the map of the ruins of immortality have you got? Hand it all over and I'll spare your life. Jiang Tian stepped forward and transmitted his voice with his divine sense. The fewer people who knew about the secret of the ruins of immortality, the better. Jiang Tian did not want to publicize it. You're also looking for the secret of the ruins of immortality. It seems that the legend of the ruins of immortality is true. Moreover, since you're also looking for the secret of the ruins of immortality, it means that you're not an expert from the ruins of immortality. Hearing this, Miyamoto Geniki's expression changed slightly as if he had understood something. A trace of certainty and contempt flashed in his eyes. If he was an expert from the ruins of immortality, Miyamoto Geniki would definitely avoid him. However, since Jiang Tian came from this world, he was not afraid even if he was from the Yin sect of Huaxia. One had to know that when the East Asian invaded Huaxia, he had killed many experts from the Yin sect. After decades of absorbing the martial arts of many sects, he thought that there were only a few people on this planet who were stronger than him. He also used some kind of spiritual communication secret method. Although it was not as clear as Jiang Tian's divine sense transmission, he could still hear it clearly. You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to hand it over or not? If not, you'll die immediately. Jiang Tian was also more and more certain that Miyamoto Geniki must have the map of the ruins of immortality. Suddenly, his fighting spirit surged. Kong Teichu, you're too arrogant. The demon blade Muramasa in my hand is known as the blade of misfortune and the blade of slaughter in East Asia. In history, it has killed tens of thousands of people. Even the Tokugawa and Oda families have died under its blade. Miyamoto Geniki no longer communicated with Jiang Tian through his mind. A touch of arrogance appeared on his face. The long saber in his hand flickered as he roared. Finally, his body shot up into the sky like an arrow and slashed down with his sword. Crack! Like a thunderclap, the void seemed to have cracked open, and a line of blood bloomed from the center of the Demon Blade village. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-colored blade light that was 50 or 60 meters long. It carried a bloody smell that soared to the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, and fell toward Jiang Tian. Wherever the saber chi passed, rocks were sent flying and the ground cracked. Terrifying cracks interweaved together like a spider web. At this instant, there seemed to be nothing else in the heavens and the earth, and only a murderous, bloodthirsty, and brutal sword remained. The power of this sword was indescribable. It seemed to have the terrifying power to tear apart the sky, split the earth, and destroy all living things. It's actually a real middle-grade Dharma treasure. Miyamoto Geniki, you're quite lucky. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. In the world of cultivation, Dharma treasures were just a general term. There were also detailed classifications. Generally, they were divided into ordinary weapons, Dharma treasures, precious weapons, spiritual treasures, immortal weapons, and divine weapons. In the middle, they were further divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme levels. Most of the so-called sharp blades and peerless divine weapons on Earth belonged to the category of ordinary weapons. For example, the talismans and protective jade talismans used by many spellcasting experts had a certain amount of Dharma power that could enhance attack and defense. They were all Dharma treasures. Precious weapons, also known as Dharma treasures, were the treasures of Dharma treasures. They had a powerful Dharma power that far exceeded that of ordinary Dharma treasures. The Muramasa demon blade before him could absorb the blood chi and baleful chi of many experts. The more it killed, the stronger its destructive power would be. It was somewhat similar to the demon blades that Jiang Tian had seen in the cultivation world, such as the blood centipede royal blade. It could be said that on Earth, Jiang Tian had seen Dharma treasures in the cave abode of the sacred battle ape Qiaoshan, not to mention a middle-grade Dharma treasure. Even the Helios golden bow used by the sun god Apollo could only be regarded as a supreme-grade Dharma treasure, not a Dharma treasure. Dharma treasures were too rare on Earth. Jiang Tian suspected that even the Long formation did not have them. They were very rare even in the Yin sect. This demon blade Muramasa might be able to split open the powerful body of the werewolf and even absorb the blood of the blood clan. It was enough to easily kill an immortal state expert. Its power was almost the same as the heavenly court flying sword that he had not refined. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Tian had already cultivated the gunmetal divine body, he would have to avoid it and not dare to clash head-on. However, it's just a Dharma treasure. It doesn't even have spirituality. Do you think you can hurt me? Jiang Tian laughed. Spiritual treasures were at the same level as little black flying sword. They had spirituality and were connected to their masters. In the hands of ordinary chi refining cultivators, they could kill masters at the Foundation establishment realm. So in fact, Jiang Tian had an advantage in terms of weapons. Coupled with his powerful divine body, how could he be afraid of the Muramasa demon blade? I'll kill you until you're terrified. Jiang Tian shouted and his body rose steadily. He was as vigorous as a dragon and soared into the sky like a golden rainbow. Clang! 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 Jiang Tian's little black flying sword slashed continuously and exchanged 7 or 8 moves with Miyamoto. Jiang Tian's little black flying sword had been infused with the gunmetal true essence at this time. It was as dazzling as the sun. When the sword slashed out, it was like a golden river, crushing a large area of the void and sweeping across an area. He did not avoid the attack at all. Instead, he flew up and down, rampaging, hacking, and slashing to his heart's content. Muramasa's demon blade's blade of blood was shattered again and again, and the bloody remains scattered in all directions. The middle-grade magic weapon could be said to be very powerful. If it was in the hands of a master at the peak of the god realm, Jiang Tian would not be able to withstand it and would be seriously injured. However, Miyamoto was still too far away from the so-called peak of the god realm. The Muramasa demon blade in his hand was almost unable to hold it. He was shocked by a burst of violent and irresistible force that his blood and chi were surging. His face was as pale as paper, and he kept retreating. Again. Jiang Tian stepped on the void, his clothes fluttering like flags. He laughed and his black hair danced like a waterfall. He was having a good time. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he killed, the higher his fighting spirit became. It seemed that every cell in his body was cheering and jumping. Every essence and blood and true essence were surging, boiling, and burning. This was not an illusion. In the battle, his cultivation was also stabilized and condensed again and again. He was getting closer and closer to the peak state of the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Killing to prove the way. Tempering one's cultivation in a battle was the only method that Jiang Tian had learned in his long life, to quickly improve his cultivation. Arrogant boy, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Miyamoto Genichi was also furious. He waved the demon blade in his hand and slashed with power, momentum, zen, and music. It was so wonderful that it was like an ancient zither master was playing the ultimate sound of heaven. As the old Japanese sword god, a living fossil, his swordsmanship had reached the peak of perfection by drawing on the strengths of many people. Not only did he absorb the Nittanichiryu, Mirror Heart-wise sect, Beichen One-Blade School, Idealism sect, Dachi Sword School, and other Japanese kendo arts, but he also understood and learned from the moves of the Huaxia sword cultivators of Mount Shu and Wudang. Many kendo arts were combined into one, and there were some innovations and innovations. He had reached the point where he could use it easily and use it according to the momentum. Sometimes, the Muramasa demon blade slashed gently. Flowers were not flowers, but mist was not mist. It was like a sky-blue misty rain, and the sword intent was hazy. Sometimes, the sword intent was like an eagle soaring in the sky and a fish swimming in the shallow water. It was like an ancient sword immortal singing with the sword and moving forward. Sometimes, the sword intent was heavy and unmoving like a mountain. Sometimes, the sword intent was violent and moving like a flame. The connection between stillness and movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. Sometimes, the sword intent was dangerous. It was like the sound of a horse's knife and spear, and the sword intent was unconventional. Sometimes, the sword intent was like Mount Tai pressing down and Mount Buzhou collapsing. It was surprisingly defensive and one with a majestic force. It could be said that every slash of his was untraceable. The sword intent, sword chi, sword aura, and sword momentum had all reached an unimaginably high level. Coupled with the demon blade that had a buff effect, Miyamoto had been fighting until his blood chi was surging. The sword aura covered the sky and darkened the earth, making all the powerhouses present palpitate. They were all shaken and dizzy. However, Jiang Tian was stronger. The 7th metal true origin on Xiao Hei's flying sword was swallowing and spitting out. The golden light shone and revealed its sharpness, breaking the blood-colored sword aura. Jiang Tian stepped on the void, twisting and turning like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The ancient god had descended to the mortal world to evolve the sword intent. It was in harmony with heaven and earth. Every sword accurately destroyed Miyamoto's attack. In the end, Miyamoto stabbed out with his sword. Jiang Tian's Xiao Hei's flying sword stirred. A 20-meter-long black sword aura with golden edges was like a raging dragon coming out of the sea. After crushing the blood chi sword aura, it wrapped around Muramasa's demon blade. 13 demon subduing swords, the 8th move. Flood dragon goes to the sea. Oh no! Miyamoto's pupils shrank and he was shocked. However, the sword aura was too fast. It was too late for him to withdraw his blade and retreat. He saw the dragon-like 7th metal sword chi, with a rumble, spinning and blasting on his chest. Boom! Under the bombardment of the Gingjin sword chi, the protective gear that was meticulously made from the skin of the hornless dragon was like torn cotton. It could not withstand a single blow and collapsed one after another. In the end, the Gingjin sword chi forcefully blasted onto his chest. The sword intent used by Jiang Tian was the strongest sword art from the Cultivation world's Wanjian sect. It turned out that Jiang Tian didn't need to use any moves at all. But now, to deal with Miyamoto Genichi, Jiang Tian used a sword art from the Cultivation world. Although this move was not the strongest, it was skillful. With the momentum of rotation, it formed a destructive force. It could be called a fatal move. Even if Xiao Bin was here, he would probably die and collapse under this sword. The power of this sword was so powerful that even the peak of the immortal state couldn't withstand it. Even the Foundation establishment masters in the cultivation world had to avoid it. Not to mention Miyamoto Genichi. Puff. Miyamoto Genichi's face was painful and his face was distorted. He raised his head and spat out a long arrow of blood. His body instantly flew backward like an arrow across a distance of hundreds of meters and slammed into the cliff of the sword peak. Boom! The snow on the top of the mountain was blown away. The boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms jumped up and rolled down. The mountain trembled. He directly crashed into a hole and sank into it. Wherever he passed, a huge volcanic rock with a radius of 10 meters was smashed into pieces. What beating someone up like hanging a painting? Before Jiang Tian's sword strike, it was like a joke. He had even created a hollow stone sculpture. Chapter 444. Miyamoto Genichi lost? How is that possible? Seeing this, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Sasaki Haisha and many other overlords from Japan trembled in fear and shock. Japan's sword god, the top cultivator in Japan, used to be a regular on the power roll. How could he lose to Kong Taechu? Sword god. Many kendo masters from Japan were devastated and they ran to the sword peak to see how Miyamoto Genichi was doing. Kong Taechu won. Many overlords from the dark world were shocked and sweat broke out on their foreheads. As soon as Miyamoto made a move, his sword Dao merged with heaven and earth, drawing in the power of the 9 heavens and the chi of the earth to form a sword art. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens and displayed a power that far exceeded that of an ordinary immortal state warrior. However, Jiang Taichu was even more powerful. He displayed a physical strength that could shake the heavens and earth. It was inconceivably powerful. The sword god is too old after all. He's no longer in his peak condition. It's reasonable that he lost to Kong Taechu. The professor pondered for a while and sighed. After this battle, Kong Taechu will probably become the number 1 on the power roll. If he knew what was good for him, who else could suppress him now? Zeus, the blood ancestor, or is he invincible in the world? Is there really no one who can defeat him? Many overlords from the east and west looked solemn and anxious. As the top overlords in the world, they certainly saw the power of Jiang Tian's last attack. It was too terrifying. They even suspected that even a peak stage immortal state warrior or a peak stage overlord couldn't resist it. Bro, that's awesome. So domineering. Dugu Xiao was fascinated. He hugged the little monkey and did 3 somersaults in the air like a monkey. Then, he gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up. Ever since he saw the little monkey on Zhao Xueqing's shoulder, he couldn't put it down and played with it. The little monkey looked at him in disdain and wanted to say, childish. Why aren't you more mature than me? Xiao, now you know that there's always someone better than you out there. You won't be able to defeat him even if you wait another 30 years. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't come out for 10 years. Taoist Master Aoku frowned and scolded him. Bro, I've discussed it with you. We'll travel around Huaxia together. Why do you need to cultivate in seclusion? Dugu Zhao's face immediately turned bitter. He finally understood how cruel it was to be crushed by other people's children. Kong Taechu's too strong. Invincible. Invincible. Slaying Gong Yuani with 1 sword strike, raising the prestige of our nation, raising the prestige of our nation. Look how powerful the martial arts in Hua. Do you guys as Genichi? Genichi 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 Genichi. Bullshit. I've said it before. He's just an old man. He can't even lift his sword. He'll still kneel when he meets Master Kong. First, it was Chao Jianjia and the other martial artists of the younger generation who were cheering. They pointed at the Japanese experts and flaunted their prowess, shouting and cursing loudly. Japanese kendo, yin-yang, ninjutsu, they're all plagiarized from Wuxia. It's only natural that he lost. Have you ever seen a disciple defeat a master? Moreover, he's an unqualified disciple. Do you think you're invincible just because you stole some talismans and dharma treasures from Wuxia? What a joke! How can we not have a way to break the talismans made by Wuxia people? Once Master Kong makes a move, sword saints and sword gods. Bah! They're just chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. In the end, even the old guys like Hu Qingtian, Zhao Yuankuan and Wei Feilong joined in. They didn't have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. It was no wonder that the Japanese were too arrogant and aggressive, looking down on the cultivation world of Wuxia. The Wuxia cultivation world had been suppressed for too long. Now that Jiang Tian had defeated the old sword god with a single sword, they were elated. Some words were stuck in their throats, and they had to spit them out. Master Kong is really amazing. Master Hongchan and the other masters of the Xinzhou Chinese Association, as well as Li Jinju and others of the Tanjun lineage, were also in high spirits. Just when everyone thought that Miyamoto was dead for sure, Jiang Tian stared at the bloody figure embedded in the cave with a solemn expression. Strange, he is just a god realm great mastery. With my seventh metal true essence condensed out of the sea dragon, it should be able to destroy him with a sword. How can I feel a rebounding force when I hit him? That's the legendary perfected mind-refining armor. In the past few days, Jiang Tian, Yi Zhantian and Dugu Xiao discussed the truth of the immortal state in Wuxia. They learned that the dividing line between God realm culmination and perfected mind-refining armor. The immortal state mainly focused on soul energy, which meant that one's soul energy, body, and divine sense were all very powerful. Generally speaking, in terms of soul energy, a God realm culmination cultivator could form an avatar of soul energy. The avatar of soul energy also needed to be strong enough to break a tank with one's fists and smash an armored vehicle with one's feet. Of course, the avatar of soul energy would not be able to withstand nuclear weapons or intercontinental missiles. However, the avatar of soul energy must at least be able to withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery, howitzers, and large-caliber firearms. However, even a God realm culmination cultivator could not make an avatar of soul energy strong enough to withstand the bombardment of artillery. In fact, the soul of a human being was very weak compared to the body. An ordinary person's soul would usually be blown away by the wind after leaving the body. The symbol of perfected mind refining was the integration of the body and the soul energy. The soul could control the body at will. The soul and every cell, every bone, every muscle, and every drop of blood essence could be perfectly integrated, and then the potential of the body would be stimulated to the extreme. In this case, it was not surprising that the avatar of soul energy could rejuvenate, regenerate black hair, regenerate fingers, and become immortal. In addition, the soul energy must be more powerful and could be combined with the body to form a layer of armor to protect the body. This was one of the symbols of perfected mind refining. Just when Jiang Tian was wondering. Bang! A blood-red phantom broke out of Miyamoto Geniki's body and stood proudly in the air. At this time, Miyamoto Geniki's body was very weak. His sternum had collapsed, his body was stained with blood, his clothes were tattered and messy, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like an old beggar. However, although the bloody shadow was vague and hazy, his eyebrows were straight and his face was as clear as jade. His body was as straight as a javelin, and his clothes were fluttering. It could be seen that it was his appearance when he was young. This is the avatar of sword god Miyamoto? Sasaki Kaisha, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were full of shock. She had seen it before in the Luduan restaurant, so she recognized it at a glance. However, she knew little about Divine Realm, so she did not know whether the bloody soul was a blessing or a curse for Miyamoto Geniki. Kong Teichu, I want to thank you. Help me step into perfected mind refining and completely integrate my body and spirit. Right at this moment, the blood shadow's lips opened and closed, and he laughed loudly like a great bell. At the same time, streams of blood chi quickly disintegrated from the decaying body and floated in the air, surging and gathering toward the bloody shadow. I have stepped into Divine Realm culmination for more than 20 years, but I still can't completely integrate my soul and body. The loud voice resounded throughout the place, shocking everyone. Just now, when you stabbed me with your sword, I activated the secret technique of the Ampere family, the embryonic soul fusion technique, and used the power of your sword to shatter my physical body, shake, and cleanse my spirit. Finally, my soul completely merged with and controlled my body. The blood-colored shadow gradually solidified. First, its muscles were like red agates that emitted a resplendent light. Then, its skin grew and hair grew. As for the real body, his flesh and blood essence was sucked out and gradually turned into a pile of bones. In the end, even the bones shattered like plaster and turned into a pile of gray things. Now, I'm only one step away from reaching the peak of the God state and becoming a true immortal. In the end, the monstrous blood chi rolled and converged, turning into a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a fair complexion, and strong muscles. He was tall and had black hair and white clothes. Perfected Divine Realm, this feels great. My body seems to be 10 times stronger than before. I feel like I can crush a mountain with a palm and flatten a city with a foot. My spiritual force has been nourished by the blood chi, and my perception has become even more amazing. I can even feel the rhythm of a butterfly flapping its wings 5 kilometers away. Haha, Kong Teichu, thank you. Gong Ben Genuan, who was at perfected mind refining, looked at his jade white and plump palm, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with complacency and intoxication, and then he laughed wildly with a hint of madness. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was the Eastern or Western experts, they were all dumbfounded and speechless. They all looked at the figure with shock, admiration, and fanaticism. It seemed that everything in the world was eclipsed except for that one person. On October 31, 2009, the old sword Gong Ben Genuan advanced in battle and reached the peak of the perfected immortal state. The perfected immortal state. The immortal state was too powerful. His body could withstand the bombardment of bombs, his spiritual force could interfere with reality, and he could form a physical avatar. It was said that his words were the law. The immortal state was too difficult to cultivate. A cultivator's talent, perseverance, state of mind, and understanding were indispensable, and they also needed the support of mountains of cultivation resources. The 4 elements of materials, companions, arts, and land were all required. Once all of this was in place, what was left was a mysterious opportunity and luck. It could be said that the immortal state was as difficult as ascending to the sky. There was only one transcendent grandmaster in 10,000. There was only one immortal state master in 100 million people. How many immortal state masters were there in the world? Some said that Zeus and a few other main gods in the Hall of Gods had reached the immortal state. Some said that a few blood ancestors in the Gathering of Darkness might have reached the immortal state, and some said that an old priest in Africa might have, but there were only a few of them. Not to mention the perfected immortal state. The perfected immortal state required the spiritual force, physical body, cultivation arts, and many other elements to reach the peak state, and they had to be perfectly integrated and unified, which was even rarer. However, Gong Ben Genuan had advanced from the phenomenal immortal state to the perfected immortal state in battle, which was simply shocking. Oh no, the sect master is in danger. Hua Qingtian and the other members of the Heavenly Alliance were startled and their bodies became tense. Chao Jianjia and the other members of the Long Formation felt their hearts sink into the abyss. A perfected immortal state master was rare in 100 years. The real immortal state master had the power to destroy the world, which was only in legends. They had never encountered such a person. Could Kong Taichu defeat such a person? Honey, in the crowd, Zhao Xueqing turned pale and her body trembled slightly. For the first time, she was worried about Jiang Tian. Chapter 445. No matter how powerful Jiang Tian was, he had once told her that he was 100% confident in defeating an immortal state minor or profound mastery master, but not an immortal state consummation master. According to historical records, an immortal state consummation master was almost unkillable. He could fight thousands of troops alone, come and go as he pleased, and take the head of an enemy in the middle of an army. Kong Taichu is too careless. We should have killed him before he could react. How could we let him break through? Some of the Wuxia experts sighed. Yeah, this is troublesome. Although Grandmaster Jiang is shockingly talented, he's too young. I'm afraid he's only at immortal state minor or profound mastery. Someone was worried for Jiang Tian, sweating profusely. Yeah, if we wait 10 years, Master Kong will definitely be able to beat him. But this old guy has been in seclusion for half a century. His foundation is too strong. Too bad the timing is not right. Many Wuxia masters sighed regretfully. Sigh, Miyamoto broke through in the middle of the battle. What should we do? Red Boat Mage and the other Xing continent experts also had a serious expression on their faces, feeling uneasy. Master, what should we do? Let's fight shoulder to shoulder. Du Guxiao scratched his head anxiously, like a monkey stepping on a red-hot iron plate. At this time, only Yi Zhantian, Taoist Master Qingmu, and other top masters were able to keep calm. This battle is the focus of the world. How can we fight shoulder to shoulder? Gang fight, we have to do it when no one is watching, right? Taoist Master Qingmu glared at him and smiled faintly. Alright, don't worry. You've underestimated Kong Taichu. The outcome is not certain yet. Yi Zhantian walked to Zhao Xueqing and comforted her gently. Madam Jiang, don't worry too much. I see that Brother Jiang is very knowledgeable. He knows all the secret arts of the past and the present. He has unpredictable power. All of this should be within his calculations. Is Kong Taichu going to lose? On the other hand, the professor and the other Blue Storm powerhouses seem to have breathed a sigh of relief. The Cherry Blossom Society was closely aligned with the Japanese military and political circles, and the Japanese had always been America's lackey in the international community. That was why the Cherry Blossom Society and Blue Storm had never clashed. They even cooperated and supported Blue Storm's global operations. Compared to the Cherry Blossom Society, the martial arts world of Wuxia seemed to be more hostile. Although they claimed to be neutral to the outside world, they were still more biased towards the Cherry Blossom Society. The old god of swords actually broke through. You've actually reached the true perfection of the deity realm. The heavens are truly helping our Cherry Blossom Society. The old god of swords will definitely win. As for Sasaki Haisa and the other Japanese elites, they were overjoyed and cheered for each other. Kong Taichu is indeed very strong, but he has killed too many people, which is against the will of the heavens. This is the will of the heavens to kill Kong Taichu. A grand priest clapped and laughed. The great god of swords actually benefited from the disaster at the critical moment and reached the peak of the deity realm. From now on, the Japanese will have a peak deity realm powerhouse. Even Blue Storm will have to respect him. This is the blessing of the Japanese, the blessing of the Japanese people, and the blessing of the Cherry Blossom Society. Sasaki Haisa looked at Miyamoto Genichi with a fanatical expression as if he was looking at a god. Kong Taechu is dead for sure this time. Artemis's blue eyes flickered with hatred as she cursed Jiang Tian to die again and again. Old god of swords, kill him. Kill him. Let him know that he's not the strongest in this world. The butterfly skeleton, Tombstone, and the other Dark World elites hated Jiang Tian to the core and roared crazily. Hundreds of Dark World elites were killed in the Battle of Jinlin City. A few days ago, they heard the news of Kong Taechu's death and went to Jinlin City to destroy the Jiang family. However, Zhao Xueqing and the others had already planned it and killed dozens of people. It could be said that most of the organizations in the Dark World had blood feuds with Jiang Tian. Before this, although they hated Jiang Tian, the outcome of the battle had not been decided, so they could only hold back. But now, Miyamoto Genichi had broken through to the God Realm perfection in the battle. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was already dead, so how could they hold back? Many Japanese politicians and tycoons also scolded Jiang Tian, as if Miyamoto Genichi was sure to win. Kong Taechu is dead for sure. Qin Jiafu, Yuan Ning, just you wait. The old god of swords is stronger. Among them, Sun Jingyi was the most aggressive. He was still trembling in fear a moment ago, but now he was full of vitality. Next to him, Yuan Ning and Qin Jiafu were nervous and speechless. They were all stunned by this godlike power. No matter what the people below said, Jiang Tian and Miyamoto Genichi were no match for them. In the sky, Miyamoto Genichi's black hair and white clothes fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly like a god, looking down at Jiang Tian and said slowly, "Master Kong, I don't care if you are the reincarnation of a sword immortal or the ancient inheritance, but you are indeed the most powerful person I have met in 100 years. You are far more powerful than Yi Tianren and Zeus. Your soul power is as deep as the sea, your body is extremely strong, and you seem to be able to control metal elements. It is difficult to kill someone with such power, but it is a piece of cake in front of a peak immortal state warrior." After reaching the peak immortal state, everything was different. His soul power, body power, and sword chi had reached an incredible level. The chi of heaven and earth poured into his body like a tide, and his understanding of martial arts also increased. Just speaking, his strength had increased by 3 times. At this time, he was not even afraid of the indiscriminate fire of missiles. His eyes flashed with a clear and wise light. He sighed and said, "Huaxia has been poor and weak for a long time, and he doesn't pay attention to martial arts. Why don't you turn over a new leaf and join our Cherry Blossom Association? I will definitely give you the position of vice president." "Huh, Miyamoto Genichi, do you think you can kill me? Who gave you the courage?" "Liang Jingru." Jiang Tian laughed loudly, his face full of disdain and ridicule. Miyamoto Genichi was surprised. Who was Liang Jingru? Was she a martial arts master? He had never heard of her. Jiang Tian said with a smile, "Do you think you can dominate the world just because you have reached the peak immortal state? You are a frog at the bottom of a well. Ridiculous. Today, I will kill you until you are terrified, until you are in despair, and until your body and soul are destroyed. I will let you know what real power is." The next moment, Jiang Tian roared and soared into the sky like a dragon. His surging fighting spirit spread in all directions like raging waves hitting the shore. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their hearts were in their throats. They stared at the figure in the sky. Jiang Tian's momentum at this time was no less than Miyamoto Geniki's after the breakthrough. Everyone was shocked. Did he still have a trump card? Had he not used his full strength yet? Really? Then let's fight. Miyamoto Geniki also realized that danger was approaching. He smiled proudly and slashed at Jiang Tianheng with his sword. Clang! With this slash, there seemed to be a sharp bolt of lightning more than 50 meters long flashing between heaven and earth. At the foot of the mountain, countless people looked at the sky. Today, on Mount Fuji, there were many strange phenomena. Rolling thunder and shaking mountains, it was as if the gods in the sky were fighting. With this slash, Miyamoto Geniki was very confident. Now, his connection with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had reached a level where he could control it at will. This was the so-called words of law. No, he didn't even need to speak. He just needed to use it. The blade aura of this slash was condensed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was surging and pure. The moment the blade aura was released, a terrifying crack appeared on the sword peak and kept spreading hundreds of meters away. In the strange rumbling sound, as if thousands of millstones were turning at the same time, the top of the peak, which was dozens of meters high, fell down a few meters like a landslide before it stabilized. Mountain slash. Seeing this, countless people cried out in surprise. Great waves rose in their hearts, and they were dumbfounded. This was not the power of a human being. It was like the ancient gods, able to move mountains, fill seas, and tear the earth. Do you think you are so great because you have powerful spiritual power and can control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? I will show you what the real words of law is. Jiang Tian sneered and grabbed with his right hand. Then, he suddenly pulled. Boom! With a sound, the weapons in everyone's hands flew out of their hands. Then, they melted or directly shattered into atomic states in the air. The next moment, together with the metal elements in the mountains and the earth, they condensed into surging metal turbulence. Divine power, Gung Jin divine weapon. This scene was too shocking. Everyone's weapons flew out uncontrollably. Even if their owners wanted to control them, they immediately melted and shattered. The metal melted and shattered in an instant, into liquid or even gaseous states, converging into a 10-meter-long metal stream. It was red and pressed across the void. This kind of divine power had a huge amount of energy and produced an extremely high temperature. For a moment, there was an extreme heat between heaven and earth. The snow melted in an instant as if they had stepped into a steamer. Everyone was stunned. Then, these metal streams formed a huge golden sword more than 60 meters long, which collided with the opponent's chi sword. This was no longer a sword chi, but a real metal. It was extremely condensed and sharper than any special metal. Boom! With a sound, Miyamoto Geniki's monstrous blade aura collided with the Gung Jin divine weapon. The blade aura was like paper and shattered in an instant. Even if this blade aura was condensed from chi, it was also very condensed and sharp. It could easily cut a tank. However, under Jiang Tian's Gung Jin divine weapon, it could not resist at all. It did not even last a second. What? This is... Miyamoto Geniki's eyes were shocked. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. His body tilted and he almost fell to the ground. He controlled the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in a broad sense, but Jiang Tian obviously controlled the metal elements. Moreover, he could melt, reassemble, and attack at will. This was simply shocking, like a myth. It should be known that between heaven and earth, the metal element was the most condensed and stable. It was also the most difficult to control. However, Jiang Tian could use it as if it was his arm and finger. At this time, he realized that Jiang Tian's divine sense, or spiritual power, was far beyond his level. What kind of demon was this? Chapter 446. Seeing that the Genjin heavenly weapon was about to hit him, Miyamoto Geniki roared. The Muramasa demon sword in his hand slashed, sliced, stabbed, flicked, wiped, collapsed, entangled, and carried continuously in the air, slashing dozens of times. Mirror Heart-wise Sect, 10,000 swords in one. Nitten Ryu, Yin-Yang slash. Sword drawing, water slash. Ancient sword style, thousand mountains break. Ancient sword style, profound, demon slayer blade. Every slash came from the ultimate move of Dongyang Kendo. It would absorb and condense a surging blade aura of chi weapon and slash toward the Genjin divine weapon. The condensation of every slash absorbed an astonishing amount of chi of heaven and earth, causing the world to be in a state of imbalance. The void above his head was pitch black, as if it was about to be sucked dry. Large amounts of heaven and earth spiritual chi constantly gathered here and spun non-stop, forming a tornado in the middle of the sky. For a moment, wind and thunder were raging, the air was turbulent and frictional, and lightning as thick as an arm struck down. Clang! Clang! The sound of a yellow bell was heard one after another, and the white sword slashed on the golden chi weapon. More than a dozen sword slashes were shattered continuously. Every time they shattered, it was like a nuclear explosion, and a circle of white air rippled from Mount Fuji. Circles and layers of white ripples chased each other, pushing each other again and again, spreading out for a few kilometers. Looking from the foot of the mountain, it was like a white ring around the top of Mount Fuji. It was a marvelous sight. Many tourists clicked their tongues in wonder and cheered. They took out their cameras and mobile phones and kept taking pictures. For those tourists who didn't know the truth, this scene was just fun and surprising. But for many powerhouses from the East and the West, this was a world-shaking battle, and its impact was far more than the battle with Momoi Rotoru on Torii Mountain. They're really going all out, and the result will be revealed soon. Yes, everyone has a unique skill that is their trump card. Some powerhouses looked very serious, for they knew that the battle had reached its climax, and their hearts were in their throats. Under Jiang Tian's Genjin heavenly weapon, Miyamoto Geniki's sword slashes were shattered continuously, and only a few thin cracks appeared on the Genjin heavenly weapon. Geniki retreated several hundred meters in the air. Good. Kong Teichu, you've really become stronger, but you've also tempered my cultivation to become more solid. Unexpectedly, Miyamoto Bento laughed instead of being shocked. His expression became more and more excited as he laughed wildly and shouted, however, it's time to end this. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars move. When I emit killing intent, the heavens and earth are overturned. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and serpents rise. Die. The demon blade Muramasa in his hand was like a pool of spring water, clear and translucent. Like a whirling wave, it spun in his hand. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast. After this slash, the crater of the volcano trembled amidst the rumbling that sounded like the beating of a drum. Hot air rolled out, and a pungent smell of sulfur filled the air. The ground shook, and the mountain rocks rolled down. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was rolling and crashing in the crater of the volcano. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing. They couldn't even stand steadily, and their expressions suddenly became terrified. Earth fire restrains aged metal, this old thief actually, Yi Zhantian suddenly thought of a possibility. His face suddenly became extremely solemn. It can't be. Taoist Master Aoku and other experts immediately understood. They stared at the crater of the volcano in horror. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, streams of red, dazzling, and scorching hot magma as thick as buckets rose into the air. Streams of steaming hot magma gushed out continuously, shooting straight into the clouds. It was unprecedentedly bright, like tall buildings rising from the ground. Driven by his saber aura, the scorching magma that was thousands of degrees hot instantly turned into dragons and snakes that soared into the sky, cruising and dancing in the air. At this moment, whether it was the tourists at the foot of the mountain, the residents of Yodo City, or the many top powerhouses on the mountaintop, they all saw the most shocking scene. Mount Fuji, which had not erupted for decades, spewed out magma that was dozens of meters high. It rose into the air and condensed into dragons and serpents that danced in the air like red silk. What? Oh my God! Seeing this, everyone was shocked and stepped back. This scene was too shocking. Miyamoto Genichi had stirred up the magma in the dormant volcano and turned it into dragons and serpents to launch a destructive attack. Miyamoto Genichi stood in the air and waved the demon blade Muramasa in his hand. He laughed and said, "Kong-Tei-Chu, Mount Fuji is the sacred mountain of Japan, the symbol of the Yamato people. Do you know why the emperor and the cabinet allowed you and me to fight here? It is for this attack, earth fire, dragons and serpents rise. Earth fire restrains aged metal, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken." Before his voice had died away, whoosh! 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 Kaboom! Many lava dragons and snakes charged at Jiang Tian and the gunmetal divine weapon with strange roars and clouds of dust. They were like 10,000 mountains crashing down. Kaboom! The aged metal divine weapon was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Under the bombardment of the magma, the cracks became bigger and bigger. Finally, the light of the weapon dimmed and it collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, streams of magma had completely submerged Jiangtian. The 9th peak was piled up in that area. It was also more than 100 meters high and stood side by side with the other peaks. As for Jiangtian, he was completely covered and couldn't see anything. This. Everyone was shocked and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't utter a word. The last attack, Dragons and Serpents Rise, was too terrifying. Stirring up tens of thousands of tons of magma was not the power of a human. It was like a god pouring fire from heaven. Kong-Tei-Chu is a genius, but he has fallen in the end. The professor's heart was in turmoil and he seemed to be a little disappointed. This young man from Wuxia was the most powerful person he had met in the past few decades. However, he was too young after all. Compared to Miyamoto Genichi, the old monster of Kendo world, he was still slightly inferior. He is too powerful and doesn't know how to hide his strength. If he had cultivated for another 30 years, no, even 10 years, Miyamoto Genichi would have been a match for him. An expert exclaimed and sighed. This. Master Kong. Hu Qingtian and the other core members of the Sky Alliance were shocked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that Master Kong has really fallen? Young martial artists like Chao Jianjia were crying. Brother Chu. Dugu Zhao's eyes were filled with tears as he rushed toward the magma pile that was gradually turning orange. Xiao, the magma temperature is rising and the depth is more than 10 meters. How do you want to save him? Taoist Master Aoki grabbed him and scolded him sternly. Grandmaster Jiang, this is, many long formation experts looked pale and sad. Their bodies were trembling, and their hearts were filled with sorrow and disappointment. Previously, they had placed too much hope in Jiang Tian. Right now, the feeling in their hearts was indescribable, filled with gloominess. He has fallen. Ishii Yulian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She knew that her fate would be tragic. Some were happy while others were sad. The god of sword has won. On the other hand, Japan was cheering as if it was the new year. They were so excited that their faces turned red and they danced. This is great. Japan now has a peak stage immortal state warrior. A kendo expert shouted excitedly. Kong-Tei-Chu has humiliated me many times, and now he is finally dead. A smug smile finally appeared on Sasaki Haisha's cold and indifferent face, and he was very happy. In ancient times, Buddha used the five-finger mountain to suppress Sun Wukong. Today, the god of sword gathered the magma dragon and killed Jiang Tian. A grand divine priest nodded and smiled, making the final note of this battle. Why is she smiling? Why is Kong Teichu's wife smiling? Is she crazy? But at this time, the grand priest inadvertently turned his head and saw a beautiful woman in the Huaxia camp smiling mockingly. The grand divine priest's heart sank as he thought of a possibility. He turned his head and looked at the magma that was gradually cooling down. Then, a casual voice filled with ridicule rang out. This magma is only 1,000 degrees hot, and you want to kill me? It's just a hot bath for me. At this moment, many people were stunned. He was still alive in 1,000 degrees hot magma. How was that possible? What? He is not dead. What is his cultivation level? Miyamoto Genichi panicked for the first time since his breakthrough. His face was solemn and his hands were trembling slightly. For the first time, a long-lost feeling of fear and trepidation rose in his heart. It was as if he was not facing a human being, but a real god. Humph, Grandmaster Jiang once controlled lightning with his hand. The temperature of the lightning was 10 times that of lava. Yi Zhantian chuckled, as if he had expected this to happen. Qing'er was not surprised either. The gunmetal divine body could withstand the firepower of large-scale firearms, but the magma was still not ready. While everyone was looking at Chen Fan with different expressions. Boom! A golden figure broke through the solidifying magma and soared into the sky, punching at Miyamoto Genichi. He crossed a few hundred meters in a blink, leaving a trail of white turbulence in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Miyamoto Genichi. However, everyone felt that there was no sound at all. They could not hear the whistling and the punching sound. Hypersonic body. The professor exclaimed. He saw that Jiang Tian punched Miyamoto Genichi 3 times in a row and shattered several blade auras. The professor was forced to take a few steps back before he heard the sound. Miyamoto Genichi's physical strength was far inferior to Chen Fan's. Even the immortal state warrior was no match for the gunmetal divine body. It was like a clay sculpture meeting Iron Man. He was instantly covered in blood and his body was shattered. Condense. 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 Miyamoto Genichi performed a series of secret arts to heal his broken body, but he was defeated by Jiang Tian again and again. Is this the power of an immortal state warrior? His healing ability is even better than that of the kindred. The professor's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. He is definitely stronger than a Duke kindred. Artemis was also shocked and couldn't believe it. She had fought with the Gathering of Darkness many times, so she knew the healing ability of the kindred very well. However, Miyamoto Genichi's healing speed was much faster than that of a Duke kindred. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.